Hello and welcome to what I really hope will be tonight's edition of Cracking the Cryptic. This is the day that we've been waiting for years. This is the finale of Rat Run number 40, the big one by Marty Sears. I mean, how many years has Marty been making this series for? It is a lot. How many hours of enjoyment has he sort of cast out into the world during those years in the form of these Rat Run puzzles? I mean, it must be the most astronomical number. And tonight, hopefully, I'm going to find out what happens to little Finkz. But there, I have to say, I'm quite nervous about this one because obviously I have to attempt this. And yet all of the comments say that it's taking people 3, 4, 5 hours, even more than that. So this, I suspect, will be one of the longest videos ever on the channel if I can solve it at all. And I feel like I have to solve it. So it's sort of a rare pressure. But this is what today's video is hopefully going to be. And I'm so looking forward to trying this. Shall we commence before we get to the news by having a look at the sort of story element and seeing what's happening? Oh, by the way, I have to shout this out. I don't know if you'll be able to see this on the screen, but Marty somehow has the puzzle IDs, which I think are randomly generated, or maybe they're generated in some sort of order, alphanumeric order. But for experiment 39, the ID was 000 rat. And for experiment number 40, Marty somehow got this one to be 000 run. So rat run are actually the sort of, I mean, it's just, the man's attention to detail is completely ridiculous. Anyway, let's read what's happening here. So experiment 40, multicolour, 9th of June, 1975. I have spent the last month wondering whether there was more to what happened in storage room B, whether he accomplished even more than I realised. But there was never any evidence that he had attempted calibration at the larger scale. I think he achieved exactly what he set out to do that day. He reached the second room, and he paid the price. I suspect my questions reveal more about me than anything else, but I miss him. Naturally, I would prefer a mystery to an ending. It may be an odd thing to say, but while spending this morning playing with Finkz, I really got the feeling she has already accepted that her friend is no longer around. In this regard, she seems to be doing rather better than me. In this final test, she will once again wear the special brainwave cap that we used in Phase 2. The 15 by 15 maze floor has been fitted with panels that will light up when she responds to particular digits. This will allow us to finish Rat Run the way I always intended. The real purpose of this study, for me at least, was to look not just at the puzzle-solving abilities of these wonderful animals, but also their level of intent, consciousness, and eventually even free will. From the very beginning, Fink's personality and innate ability were clear to see and quickly surpassed everything we had expected. Now, a year on, I have learned it's better not to expect anything at all, but rather just continue to observe and be amazed. Today, that is exactly what I intend to do. It is so good. I mean, it could be a writer, it could be anything you want, Marty. You are such a gifted person, honestly. Look at the Finkz nibbling on the ear. Now, if we just have a look at some of the comments here. Somebody's put 90 minutes in, only 25% of the grid filled. 5 hours 40 soul from Enchanter 73. But there was one comment I saw earlier that I really liked. Erin Toller's comment. What an absolutely spectacular ending to such a brilliant series. When the first couple of puzzles dropped ages and ages ago, I thought they were cute little curiosities and that I would eventually get around to them. Now, 2 years later, I found myself eagerly refreshing the page every typically Tuesday evening to get an early jump on the next puzzle. I worked on this one off and on all day, made a few bad logical leaps from time to time, and ultimately finished in right at 4 hours, and I genuinely wish I could have milked it for 4 more. This was an absolute joy to solve from beginning to end, and I cannot wait to forget how I did it so I can run through it all over again. Thank you, Marty, for the literal days of joy you've given each of us in following our scientist friend Elliot, Zoe, and of course Finkz for these last 2 years. And an honourable mention to Finkz with a PH as well, along with Fink's fellow test subjects from the prequel. I can't wait to see what madness you cook up for us next. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Look at all these comments. 5 hours for Nylim to solve. Nylim's really, really clever. Oh, this is... Oh, okay. Okay. This is what we're going to have to do. Let's go back. Let's go back here. And, well, we'll read the instructions together in a moment or two's time. Let me just talk about a couple of things, if you'll permit me to, before we kick off with the solving. Firstly, I have to mention last night's blueprint stream. I'm not going to spoil it by revealing anything about what happened. I will simply suggest that if you have been following that stream or that series since we started it over a year ago, you might want to watch last night's shenanigans and see what happened. Yeah, hopefully we'll be back there again next week. Obviously, I'll try and remember to put a link to the VOD on the screen. Over on Patreon, we've got our monthly competition running. It's themed on the alien invasion. Lots of sudokus to solve. You've got until the 20th, so still got 10 days to solve all the puzzles. The feedback we've been getting has been great as well. A little bit easier than last month's, and lots of puzzles that people are really appreciating. So if you'd like to win the chance to come onto the channel and solve a puzzle, do get involved in that. It's over on Patreon right now. And then I've got I was going to say birthdays to do, but actually none of the things I've got to do today are birthdays. I've got an anniversary, a 3rd anniversary for Georgia and husband Dan. Georgia, Dan says, is so kind and caring. He really loves you and he can't wait to spend the rest of his life with you. That's quite a nice message, isn't it, on a Wednesday? So congratulations to the two of you. I want to say thank you to Raphael down there in Brazil, who wrote a very kind email about how the videos and the puzzles give him a chance to slow down and clear his mind. I think we all find that. I think these puzzles do have a mindful quality. And then, now, can I show you this? I'm going to try to. I want to show you a picture. I'm probably going to mess this up, but I'll try. It might work. Oh, I can. This is little Haddie. And Marty will appreciate this. I don't know if you'll be able to see it there. Haddie is wearing an outfit that is very appropriate for today. Haddie is 5 months old. Mum Morgan wrote in and noted that Morgan has especially been loving the Rat Run series. And Haddie's outfit there, I don't know if you could, maybe I've got another picture actually where you'll be able to see a little bit more clearly what is on Haddie's. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Is that Finkz? I think it might be. So I wanted to share that with you all as well. I think that's very cool for today. I think that's all the news. Let me just cogitate over that for a moment. I think it is. Shall we have a go at it then? It's 12:43. If it takes me 5 hours 40, I mean, goodness knows how long it would take Movavi to export it and then my internet to upload it. But anyway, we can't do anything but get stuck in. So let's have a look at the rules for the final Rat Run. Rat Run number 40, the big one by Marty Sears. What do we have to do? The aim of the experiment. Finkz must reach the cupcake by finding a path through the maze. The path must not visit any cell more than once, cross itself, or pass through any thick maze walls. As well as moving orthogonally, Finkz may move diagonally if there's a 2x2 space in which to do so, but may never pass diagonally through a round wall spot on the corner of a cell. Okay, so we can't see all the grid, so let's go to the pen drawing tool. So we could do that move, that would be allowed, but we couldn't do that move because that goes through a round wall spot and that would be too naughty for words. Now, pentominoes. Fill the grid with the digits 0 to 9. Divide the maze floor into pentomino-shaped regions, i.e. groups of 5 orthogonally connected cells. Let's just stop there and check everyone knows what pentominoes are. So pentominoes are things like this shape, or this shape, or let me think, that shape. Basically any shape that is 5, orthogonally connected thingies. I think there are 12. I might be wrong about that, but in my brain there are 12 different pentominoes. So one of those. So we're going to have to tile the grid into pentominoes. It says every cell belongs to exactly one pentomino region. Every thick maze wall sits between 2 separate regions. All 5 cells of a region must be filled with the same digit. Right. Okay, so it's not Sudoku today. Regions that touch along an edge, even through a wall, may not contain the same digit and must not be the same shaped pentomino. Rotations and reflections count as the same shape. Okay, so I have done pentominoes puzzles before, but not for a very long time. So imagine that you couldn't have this in the grid because these are the same shape, and they would be touching. And I think that rule set is saying you can't do that. Moreover, if you had, I don't want to put big digits in case I get lucky, but if we had 2 differently shaped regions and that one was filled with a 5, then this one couldn't also be filled with a 5, I think. Let me just read that again and check that's right. Regions that touch along an edge, even through a wall, may not contain the same digit and must not be the same shaped pentomino. I think what I've said is correct there. Okay. Oh no, there's a lot more rules yet. Fog. Most of the maze is obscured with fog. Yes, it is. Correctly filling a pentomino will clear some fog somewhere. No guessing is necessary. Okay. Purple probes. A purple probe is a diamond-shaped device built into a wall between 2 neighbouring pentomino regions. The digit on the attached circle indicates the total number of cells visited within those 2 neighbouring regions. Okay, so is that these things, is it? Is that a purple probe? Digit in the attached circle, yeah. So there'll be this cell will be part of a pentomino, this cell will be part of a pentomino, and the circle indicates the total number of cells visited by Finkz. Yeah, Finksz's path to the cupcake. Okay, I sort of do understand, I think. Okay, then we've got blackcurrants. So if a blackcurrant sits between 2 digits, one is double the other. So that looks like a black cropky dot. I was going to say, no, I don't think I can see any. I was looking at this round wall spot, and that's not a black cropky dot or even a blackcurrant. Redcurrants. Now there is a redcurrant there. If a redcurrant sits between 2 digits, one is odd and the other is even. So that's what I would have expected. grapes. Yes, there are grapes. If a grape sits between two digits, they have a difference of at least 5. Okay, that's fine. Goldenberries. If a goldenberry sits between two digits, they are not consecutive or the same. Okay, so they're like Nabna dots, aren't they? One-way doors, a purple arrow, can't see any of those either. A purple arrow sits between two different digits and points towards the smaller digit. Oh, where's my phone? Oh, hang on, let me just check what that's about. I don't think it's going to matter. That's okay. I can defer dealing with that. Finkz may only pass through a purple arrow in the direction it's pointing. Illuminated panels. If a floor panel is illuminated with a blue square, is that one then? It lies on Finkz's path and indicates that a spike in brain activity was detected in response to the digit. What? Okay. Well, at least we know that's a path cell. And the test constraint. Right. The test constraint is 2 cells visited adjacently along the path may never sum to a prime number. Note, 0 and 1 are not prime. Okay, so we couldn't have a 4 or the path couldn't go from a 4 to a 3 because they would add to 7 and 7 is prime. Yeah, I sort of understand that. And that, believe it or not, they are the last rules for rat run number 40. So, now, do have a go. The way to play is to click the link under the video as usual. But now, I get to play Let's Get Cracking. Actually, I should just mention, do check out the merchandise as well. The Rat Run merchandise, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And very, very redolent of the story. Notes. We've got notes we can take as well. I wonder what we need the notes for. Okay. Now I've said let's get cracking. But having said let's get cracking, I suppose with fog, the good thing is we can just look where, that we're only looking at a portion of the grid, aren't we? And we know that Finkz goes through that cell. So we can draw a bit of her path in. She must go there, mustn't she? I don't think there's any doubt about that. How do we do this? We've got to divide the thing into pentominos. How do we actually do this? Sorry. There are quite a lot of rules that I'm trying to keep track of here. So the basic thing about the blue square is that it's just a path cell, I think. The basic thing, we've got the test constraints, so no primes. We've got the purple probe thing. What is that really doing? Mavericks flying over in celebration. The digit on the attached circle. That's counting how many path cells there are in this pentomino and that pentomino. It'd be nice if you actually knew. Does that have to be an I pen? No, it doesn't have to be an I pentomino. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Every pentomino only contains a single digit. I'm sure I read that somewhere. Divide the maze floor. Every cell. Yeah, all 5 cells of a region must be filled with the same digit. So, right. Okay. So there is something weird going on in the bottom row of the grid, isn't there? Because But I thought they weren't allowed to touch one another. It's not be the same shaped pentomino. That's weird. Well, because what I'm looking at is, well, if we start with this cell, if I just start with that cell and then I highlight a whole load of cells where there's either a wall, and obviously we can't make a pentomino go through a wall, or there's a grape or a red thingy. Now, a grape, we're told that the digits on either side of the grape are at least 5 different, and we're told the digits on either side of a red dot are of different parity. So there's no way that this pentomino is the same as this pentomino. So all of those cells are, but isn't that just going to mean eye touches eye? Even if you wiggled out there, 2, 3. No, okay, that's good. Right, now we are okay, but only just. Right, so it is true, I think, that all of these cells are, well, the pentomino structure along the bottom row is a whole line of pentomino cells. Now, we've got this problem that an eye pentomino, which is this shape, can't touch another eye pentomino. So how are we going to stop there being 2 eye pentominos in this bottom row? And what I think we're meant to do is to just bend, if we just nick out of the corner here with an L pentomino, so we had that shape, and then we have an I, and then we have another L, we can sort of just escape the clutches of the rules and and somehow or other. But that doesn't mean the path has to go along that one, does it? A path could go through the grape. Wow. Okay, right. What about that grape structure there? So this cell is, let's make that red, is clearly not in the same pentomino as the blue, because the blue pentomino is finished, and also the digit in this cell is going to be 5 different at least from this red cell. Now we could have a red. Oh, no, we can't have that actually. Well, I don't think we can, because if that was a pentomino, that looks like it's a 2-cell region there. That they are walls, I think, aren't they? I'm never sure quite with fog puzzles how much you're allowed to assume about what's under the fog, but it does look to me like that's a 2-cell sort of cul-de-sac, which obviously can't be a pentomino. So I think what we can do is also say this cell is not, let's have yellow there, that's not blue and it's not red. Now what do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this number here you see, if that's in a pentomino that has no Finkz activity in it, then that could just be the number 4. So if that was the number 4, the whole thing would be, and that would be a 4, and that would be a 9. Oh. I think that cell is 4 or 9 actually, because Well, this circle is counting how many cells in this blue L and this pentomino, which might be that pentomino, but this pentomino here, are on the path. So it's at least a 4, which means this digit is at least a 4. I'm just going, it can't be 5. Oh, it can be. I don't believe it, you naughty puzzle. No, it can't be 5 for. Okay, I'm going to fill it. I'm going to fill in everything here that it can be at first blush. I was suddenly saying, because normally you can't put 5 on a grape or a German whispers line, because the digit next to the 5 has to be 5 different. And in Sudoku world, of course, there are no digits 5 different from 5. But in this puzzle, 0 is an allowable digit, so you could put a 0 next to a 5. But I don't think you can do that here. Because if this was a 5, this would be a 0, the only valid candidate that's 5 different. And then, but that sensor, whatever it's called, purple probe, was it called a purple probe? Purple probe. This purple probe here is definitely not a 0, because it's counting the number of cells in blue that are on the path, and we know that's at least 4. So this digit is at least a 4 as well. So it's not a 0. Yeah, so here, going back to my thought before, these two digits are selected from quite high numbers, and yet because of the grape, they have to be 5 different at least. Well, they have to be 4 and 9, I think. That's the only way that can be done. Now, so the whole of this is 4 or 9. So if this is 4, then this one doesn't go up there and goes there, and this one has no thingy in it, no Finkz in it, no path in it. So that's if this is 4, this would be 9. So red would have to have a lot of path in it. 4 or 5, no. Okay, so if blue is 4, this cell is part of a pentomino that has no path, but then this is 9, and this is a part of a pentomino that must have 5 cells of path on it. So these would be different. That would go up. So that would be a corner. Oh, but I'm not thinking about diagonals. Maybe it wouldn't be a corner. But can you go? You can't go from a 4 to a 9, can you? Because that wouldn't be allowed. Oh, this is horrendously complicated. So what I was going to say then is, yeah, but that wouldn't work. Because what I'm saying is, if this is 4, this is 9, I don't dare put it in because it might clear fog, mightn't it? But if okay, let's do it this way. If that's 4 and that's 9, then I think this is a pentomino that has got 0 activity in it. This red has to get out. But this red region, wherever it goes, every cell of it is on the Finksz's path. Yet, we couldn't go from blue to red because they would add to a prime number, 13. So how would you ever visit this cell? And of course, the problem is you can with a diagonal move. Oh, maybe that can't be 9. Because if this is 4, that would be 9 as well. How'd you do this? Sorry, I don't see how to do this at all. So, okay, that one would have to not go in that one. Oh, goodness me, that is beautiful. Right, I can disprove this, I think. I mean, it's quite complicated, this. Okay. How confident am I that this is right? I might be confident. I felt confident when I saw it just now, but now I just want to rethink this and recapitulate this a little bit. Okay, here is my... No, I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong now. Oh no. I think, okay. Oh, I'm not sure. Because this one isn't subject to the same restrictions that this one is. I don't know how many times this is visited. I suppose, no, hang on, does it matter though? No, I think it doesn't work. I'm going to stand by my earlier reasoning in my brain and think, I don't think this does work. Right, here is my rationale. This blue, if we know that this blue is either 4 or 9. Now, if it is 4, this circle is expressly stating that there are only 4 cells of path in this pentomino and this pentomino combined. Now, we've already had 4 cells of path on the blue pentomino, so we can't go to this cell. So the path would have to go here. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because this cell is a 9 in this paradigm because of the grapes. Now, this yellow pentomino here cannot therefore go to this cell, because it would be a 4 going into a 9, which sum to 13, which is prime, which is not allowed. So, this cell is part of a different pentomino to the yellow pentomino. Well, what's the shape of the pentomino we're drawing from here? It's going to have to go like that, and that's not allowed, because that is an L, and that's touching an L, and that's too many L's. It's a surplus of L's. Isn't that lovely? So, okay, now I don't know what this is going to do, but I now believe we can take out all these numbers, and I think that is a 9 all the way along it. And it is. And this is a 4, because that's what we worked out before. Now I don't know. I don't trust anything else. Did I think I did work out they weren't the same because of that. So I'm happy with that being a yellow pentomino. I've cleared some fog up there. Let me just see what that actually did clear. It didn't really clear very much, did it? And let me just check it's recording as well. It is recording. I can see yeah, I think, because this would just be the worst thing ever, wouldn't it, if somehow I mess up the recording. Okay. So this red one... no, okay. This is good. Right, so the red circle is saying many things. Well, this... I don't know. Okay, thing number 1 that the red circle is saying is that Finkz spends no more time in the blue pentomino, because she's already spent 4 cells in it, and she's only allowed to spend 4 cells in it. So Finksz's path, I think, goes here. Now, what would happen if this yellow pentomino doesn't go to this cell? Haven't we just got the same problem? This is a different pentomino that would have to be an L, and it doesn't matter what digit is in it. It's just disallowed by the rules. So yellow must go here, I think, which means yellow, by grape logic, is low. It's got to be 5 different from 9, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, however weird that looks from a sudoku perspective. Okay, it's not 4, because 4 plus 9 is 13, because this digit will get copied into this cell. It can't be 2 actually either. 0, 1, or 3. 0, 1, or 3. And then the sum of those two is going to be 9, 10, or 12, none of which are prime. Good grief, and somehow or other I'm meant to know. That's meant to be, it's meant to be clear, is it? Wow. Really? And this pentomino is never visited by the path. Ah, hang on. I've just seen something. Right, this 9. Oh, this is very interesting. Don't mock me. Don't mock me. This cell here is part of a pentomino that is visited 5 times. Because this is a 9, and we know 4 cells of blue are visited, so this one is visited 5 times. Very different from this one, so that red one goes up. I think this indigo one might have to go up, which would be very good, because that's going to force that to be a P. If it doesn't, if this indigo one doesn't take this cell, then using the walls, it's going to go there, 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 and then it could either go up, but it would be an L touching an L, or it could go straight across where it would be an I touching an I. So this definitely goes up. Now this is good, because this red thing now, I think it's got to take all 3 of those cells, because it clearly, to be of size 5, has to take this one. And once it takes that one, it can't leave cells behind. So there is a P pentomino, and we can fill it, and hopefully that'll be right. Yes, okay, and we got a bit more fog clearance. So well, now this can't be a P in that direction. This is very challenging already. If is it this one? So whatever number is in this one, it's only counting its own pentomino, because we know this 4 is never visited. Oh, hang on. We know every cell of the indigo is visited. That's huge, isn't it? Ah, yeah, that's huge. Because of this 9 clue, every cell of this indigo is visited. So this is a corner of Finks's path. Now, I don't know what that means. Can she do that? She might be able to. Okay. I wish I knew whether there were walls to the right of this cell, because then we might be able to do some sort of, pentominous counting logic, because this would be a closed area that would have to be divisible by 5, wouldn't it? Or anything that wasn't, any remainder would have an implication for sticking out through there. If 2, 3, Okay, something here must be yellow. Because if yellow doesn't go into these cells, let's just draw that in. If yellow doesn't go, then yellow's going to go up, and yellow can't be an L, so yellow would be an I going up, but then orange would be an I going up, and they would be touching. So something, one of these two at least is orange. It can't just be this one, because that would isolate this cell, so that is definitely yellow. And if this wasn't yellow, then yellow would be an I touching an I. So that is all right. This is good. So this is also yellow, but now we can't touch a P to a P. So if this is the final yellow cell, that's a P touching a P. So that is the final yellow cell, and that's another pentomino nearly done. Oh no, I was thinking, no. That's weird. Hang on. Right. Okay. This can't be a 0 because that's counting how many cells of path are in this pentomino and this pentomino. And we know that that we've already gone into the yellow pentomino, so that's not 0. Can that be 1? I was thinking, just a moment ago, I was thinking it couldn't be 3 because I was thinking 3's prime, but it's not just the 3, is it? It's 3 plus another 3, or 3 plus the 9. And that's fine. But 1 isn't fine, because if you spend another, which you would, from here, if this P pentomino is filled with the digit 1, then where do you go from here? You're going to that cell, or that cell. So you're going 2 1s in a row. 2 1s sum to 2, which is prime. So I think that's 3. And it is. Now, so this is a new pentomino. So let's colour this one. What colour should we have this one? Lime green? Or, yeah, maybe lime green. So that's got to go up there. This can't be a P. It's difficult, actually. It's very difficult. Okay, this one, it looks like it could go through there or up there. Oh, dearie, dearie. Okay, no, this is easier than well, is it? Okay, one thing I think we can say about indigo's pentomino is it doesn't go here. Because if it went there, we know that every cell in the indigo is used. So this circle should be a 5. And it would only be a 4. So I think this is the start of a new pentomino. So that new pentomino must go there. This pentomino, well, we know it doesn't run along here because that would be an L touching an L again. So I think it has to go there. And that's interesting because that means this is a new pentomino because this is a border. So, oh, if I mess this up, well, it's going to have to go there. I'm worried that I'm going to get no, it's okay because there's a gap here. So you could create a V or an N. Although then you might have to be careful with that. An N wouldn't work because then that would be either an L or an I. Ooh. If that was green, you'd have to make that a Y pentomino to not clash. But if that's not green, I think it's going to be a V. Oh, look at this as well. We know that every cell of indigo is used on the path. But that doesn't mean we have to go here, because this could go up here, and then that could be a corner of Finksz's path there. Wow. Wow. So where do we think we look? I mean, this is the only solace we can take, is that there aren't that many cells that we can focus on here. I don't know. I keep drawing pentominos in this region in my brain and figuring out, oh, that could work, that could work. Not sure that I don't think this pentomino can touch there, because then that would be a 4 touching a 4. So this orange pentomino, the thing is, we don't know. It looks like it could go in any number of places, but I don't think it goes to there. I think this might end up being an N. And this path here has to spend... Oh, maybe that, right. I might have something for you. Yeah. Okay, this might be the point. I'm only allowed to spend 3 cells in the combination of the green pentomino and the yellow pentomino. And yet this red pentomino, we know that's out of bounds. And we are here. So we've used up one of our 3 already. And we've got to get into a white space. How on earth are we going to do that? We're going to have to get to that space. We could go diagonally to here, up 1, and then to this space, and we would only have spent 3. If we ever go to this cell, we're going to have to go to that cell. That's 4 spaces. So this is a different pentomino, and I will make it purple. So green comes out to here, purple goes up to there, purple goes up to there, green bends round the corner. Green can't go up, because that would be an N and force that to be an N as well. So green is a V. Oh, and now this one can't be a V. So if this was purple, that would be a V. So purple goes up and is an N. Oh, I love this, Marty. Now, also, the path, I think it's still correct to say that the path can't ever go to this cell. So the path for Finkz, she's going to go diagonally up to this cell. Wow. Oh, that's a terrible colour. And she's not going ever into this green pentomino. Because if she ever did, this should be higher than 3. Now this... Well, that's great. That's great for the V. This V here is counting the combined usage of this one and this one, but we know the 4 is never visited, and we know this one is never visited, so surely that's a 0. And it is, and I got loads of fog from that. I got another thingy, whatever that's called, pressure plate or something. An illuminated panel. Okay, so the path must go... Oh, bobbins. I was going to say it must go up there, but then I realised it could go diagonally, so I don't know where it goes. Okay, so our orange pentomino is restricted now. It's got to go here. And then it can't go down there because they should be separate pentominoes. So it goes up. And now we mustn't let it. It could be a W or it could be an N, and that wouldn't be touching that N, would it? So what about this one then? That's 1, 2, 3. I think this one might have to go to there. That might be wrong, but if it didn't go to here, the indigo would be an L touching an L. So that's not right. So that's definitely indigo. An indigo is either an F, if this one's in, or a W. If it was a W, then this one would be an N. And if it's an F... Oh, it is an F. It's an F for a lovely reason. Look at this. This is a domino. These are in different pentominos because of the blackcurrant or the redcurrant between them. So this cell must join to that. And so this is a new pentomino. Let's make that yellow. Don't know where it goes. But hang on. We know every cell. Oh, I still don't know how that works. I do know every cell of indigo is on the path. Oh, hang on. And this orange one, 4 cells of this orange one are on the path. So, can that not be on the path? No. Beautiful. Right. So, if this cell wasn't on the path, then because we can't go into the V, this cell would also not be on the path. So 2 cells of orange wouldn't be on the path, which means the most number of cells of orange that could be on the path would be 3, but this is telling us 4 of orange are on the path. So this is on the path, and the path does go through that little passageway, which means, as we know this is on the path, that's a forced, that's a forced, that's forced. Oh, I see, and then we could connect through there. Oh, that's distressing. So those 2 could connect together. Is there a reason things can't connect across a... Oh, there could be a whatchamacallit reason, a mathematical reason. Good. Let's just think that through. Could you have double zero? No, you couldn't. Well, you could have double zero on a blackcurrant. Oh, that's a horrific thought. You could have double zero, but you can't here because that would make orange 0, and then that would touch the V 0. So it's not double zero. But because double zero is still 0, it is a valid option. So double zero is not in. Now, if this blackcurrant involved a 4, either this would be a 4 touching this red pentomino, or this would be. So they don't work. So there's no 4 on there, which means there's no 8 on there, which means it's either a 1, it can't be, well, if the path did go through the dot, I would know its nature, because it couldn't be a 1-2 pair, because a 1-2 pair would add up to 3. And 3 is prime. So this would have to be a 3-6 pair if it's used by the... If this does go down. Is there any way we can rule that out? 3 and 6 into these. There would be a redcurrant relationship. This cell, I don't know whether this is part of yellow, but it's definitely touching a pentomino that's got 4 in it. So that digit is at least a 4. I mean, that's the most disgraceful pencil mark, but I hope you can forgive me for making it. I don't know. How on earth do you do this? I can see a way you might be able to continue if you knew that indigo went into that orange. It can't be the number in indigo, can it? Okay. Do I know? Okay, I do know that this dot is either a 1-2 pair or a 3-6 pair. That was logical. Okay. Oh, Marty's a genius. Right, Marty's a genius. I've got it. I have got it. Right. If this was... I haven't missed out a pair, have I? Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm... It can't have 0 on it. It can't have 4 on it. It can't have 8 on it, therefore. Right. So I believe I'm right. The only 2 possible combinations across that blackcurrant are a 1-2 pair or a 3-6 pair. Now, if it was a 1-2 pair, that's a problem, because whichever one of orange or indigo has a 1 in it, you can see that there are 2 consecutive path cells in. So imagine orange was 1. Those 2 cells would add up to 2, which is prime, which is not going to work. The same thing. These would add up. If indigo was 1, these 2 would add up to 1, which is prime. It can't do it. So this is not 1-2. It just doesn't work. So it is 3-6. Now that might not mean... The weird thing about that is it's true, I think. But also it doesn't actually... It allows the possibility of the path going down, but it doesn't force it to go down. So all of these cells now are 3s and 6s. Sorry, I know I've stopped talking. I'm trying to think about what on earth that could mean. Okay, let's limit that one, because there are certain... I've gone from a 3 into a number here that mustn't result in a prime number. So what? And it can't be a 0, because that would touch another 0. And it can't be a 1, because it's got 2 consecutive cells in it, which would add up to 2. So this n pentomino is not 0, 1, 2, or 3, or 4. 4 plus 3 is 7. So it's at least 5. There's probably some reason 5 doesn't work, but I can't see what it is. 6, 7, it can't be 8, because 8 plus 3 is 11, that's prime. So 5, 6, 7, or 9. And there's a purple prober thing there. I don't know what that means, I'm sorry. Okay. That's got to be used by the path, that I can see. This... How on earth do you make progress again? It's not going to be this one, is it? I mean, that can't be restricted, surely. The path... Okay, I don't know. Let's think. It does have 2 consecutive cells in it, so it's not a 1. I don't know if it can be 0. It might be able to be. So 0 can't be 1. It can't be 2, because 9 plus 2 is 11. 3. What's wrong with 3? Nothing, I don't think. 4 won't work. 9 plus 4 is 13. So 5. 5... see, 5 would normally be a problem, because it would cause the grapes to both be 0s there. But there might even be a way that those 0s can't their pentominoes don't touch. Maybe. It might be possible. Knowing Marty, that's what will happen. Okay, so 5, I could 6 would work. 15 isn't prime. 7 might work. 8 won't work. 8 and 9 is 17, which is prime. So I've managed to get the purple eye pentomino down to a mere 5 different possibilities. That is not what I was hoping for at all. Wow. Okay. Right. How do we do this then? This is at least a 4, but I don't know where this goes. It's very terrifying as well because it strikes me as incredibly linear, this path. Marty's obviously, designed this to within an inch of its life. So if you miss some, like if there's some reason that, imagine we know whether that's 3 or 6 at this juncture if we have the right thought. Oh, look, I could have got rid of 1 and 2 on the dot, because that goes up there as well, and that would have made a 3 connection. Maybe there's some loop reason. I note Marty hasn't given us a rat or a cupcake here. This must be... There must be some pentomino coming that way, mustn't there? Don't know where to. Don't know if it goes there or not, but I suppose I do know that... I can't really even draw the border in, but I do know this pentomino doesn't go to there. Oh, so if that's an N or W, we've already thought about that. And even if I knew the path went up, I suppose then I would know this couldn't join up here. It can't be this. This can't be restricted, can it? A 3 or a 6 across a redcurrant. No. I mean, if I knew what parity the indigo one was, if I knew that was a 3, then I could see this couldn't be a 0. Or a 1 if we spent 2 cells of time in it. Oh dear, this is very tricky. Very tricky indeed. Or maybe it's a circle. So hang on, the rat, or Finkz I should say, she was here and then she went there. So she spent 2 cells in the purple eye, which means this digit is at least a 2. But I can't, and if I don't know where the green goes there, I don't know how to use that. No, I've not got anything here. There's nothing about, no, you can repeat numbers in rows and things. This is pentominous after all. If this went up, that would have to go to the right. This we said was at least 4 because it's touching this pentomino. We don't know what shape that is yet, but that's true. These add up to 9. There's nothing wrong with that. That's got a relationship with some pentomino. It just feels very difficult to do anything on the right. It really does. Maybe there's some reason. Ah, yeah, okay. Is this green? Is that the point? Let's make that not green. How should I do that? Let's make that red. No, that's definitely wrong. Because this green now, it has to grow two more. It's either going to be an I or an L, and it will touch one of those. So that's okay. That could be important. So this is definitely green. And I do at least know some mathematics about green. I've got this relationship. I do know that the sum across this border will be odd, won't it? Because we're adding an odd and an even digit. So it's got to be summing to an odd none prime. And it can't sum to 1. It could sum to 3 is prime, so it can't do that. It can't sum to 1 because of this is too big. It can't. 5 is prime. 7 is prime. 9 would work if this was 3 or 6. 11 won't work, that's prime. 13 is prime. 17 is prime. So it's either summing to... This is quite interesting. It's either... Oh, hang on. It can't be 15. Because the way to get 15 across this boundary is to make green a 9 touching a 9. Or this is it. This is it. So, I think... This is weird though. So it means this one is 3 or 6 as well. It's the only way it can work. So if this was 3... Yeah, if green was 3, how would purple work? 5 different would be at least 8. I can't make purple 8. So green, I think, has to be 6. I was just realised that's not going to... Well, it does give me something, because then this one is 3, and that should clear fog. Yes. Now this one is 6. I can't... Oh, it did clear some fog. Oh, phew. Okay, we've unstuck ourselves, which is great news. Also, what's this bottom one now? It's got to be 5 different from 6, and from the options, it's therefore got to be 0. And that is legitimate, because it can't be 1 because it spends 2 cells of path in there, and they would sum to a prime. So I think that's 0. Yes. Let me just see what that revealed again. Sort of this stuff over here. Oh, look at orange now. Orange is being forced. It's forced to be an N. That's really useful as well, because that's going to give me its final digit, and that clears more fog. Hooray! Hooray for me! Oh, there's a boundary there. Oh. Bobbins, I can't. Well, no, we have to be very careful. Yeah, we do have to be very careful. Orange is only meant to have 4 cells of path. So if this went north, all 5 orange cells would be on Finksz's path. So this doesn't go north, it must go south, and it does go into... So it's really difficult to see this, but now we've got Finkz going this way, up, this way, this way, this way. So this can't connect because it will make a loop in Finksz's path. So we don't know whether this goes down across this barrier, but we do know that these don't connect. And we also know another thing, which is that we do need a 4th cell in the orange path, and we can never visit this cell now. So we have to go straight through that cell. Now. Right. here's some more logic. This green pentomino, this redcurrant, well, the 6 is clearly finished. This is a new pentomino. It's going to have to be part of green for green to reach size 5. So that's all. I mean, that's the only shape it can be. And that is a P, and it isn't touching another P, which is good. So this is a new pentomino. Let's make that indigo again. That's got to go up. This is, oh, see, it could be a U, could it, doing that? Possibly. So I don't know. I don't want to give this a new colour yet until we can see what's under the fog. All right. So how long have I been going? An hour and 10 minutes. I've done like a tiny piece of the puzzle in the bottom left. Right. Okay, this one can't be a 6 because it would be touching a 6. There's a lot going on now. There's a one-way door there. So if Finkz does go through there, she can only go in one direction. Harry Styles-esque. This is... That's visited. That's visited. Oh, look at all these grapes and things as well. That's almost quite interesting from a drawing pentomino's perspective. We can't really see what's under there, but obviously a grape will delineate a boundary between two pentominos. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, no, I was just thinking that doesn't seem to accord with what my logic would suggest, but this is good. Right. This cell, is it part of this green? This green has to grow by one more. If it goes here, this purple probe thing would be wrong. Because the purple probe thing is saying that this pentomino, whatever its nature, it's never visited, and that... Oh no, hang on, this is wrong. No, it's the... Oh, no, sorry. No, it's the circle that tells you, isn't it? I was thinking it was the zeros. No, I'm wrong. I've just misunderstood the rule. It's that cell that we have to focus on. I was thinking, how can we have been in this one already? Oh dear. So actually, that's definitely not a 0, obviously, because it would be touching this. But if it was part of the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in fact, it would be exactly correct. That probably is doing that then. Oh, right. Hang on. I said something before about if Finkz went through the door, she would have to be going in this direction. But we do know that that's an inequality. So this yellow pentomino can't go very far. It could do that one, but it has to do this one. So it could, if it did that one, it would have to go up. Again, that's possible, I think. Or this could be a V, and that would be a 6. This digit has to be 5 different from 0, at least. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this cell is part of a pentomino. Let's make that orange for a moment, because it's different from the cell to its west. So that has to drop down here in order to reach size 5. So the final cell of the 6 is not this one. This could be a U, though. I don't know. I don't know how to see which of these arrangements is correct. can see that's the start of a pentomino. You could have an F there. You might get into trouble actually with some of this, because you are going to start penning things in. I reckon if you spent long enough, you might be able to limit how this works. If this is the start of a new pentomino, that pentomino would have to go that doesn't work. Right. Oh, wait though. That doesn't mean that's so annoying. I don't know what it is still. It's orange or green. I was going to say, let's say this was a new pentomino. Let's make it yellow. Where does it go? Well, it would have to go along here. And it couldn't be an I because it's already touching an I. And if it was an L, it would be touching this L. So it can't be either of those. So it's not different, which means it's either part of this green or it's part of the orange above it. It's one of those two, and I don't know which one. Oh, hang on, I know that one is different parity to 0, so that's 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. Which is all very well. They're probably in the same pentomino, aren't they? It's not necessarily true, but it's probable. Goodness me, I don't know. I don't know. We've got another blackcurrant there, which but we don't know whether this blackcurrant is crossed. And we've got, I can't see if there's a wall to the east there either, so I don't know whether this goes there or there or there. Okay, I think I'm stuck again, unfortunately. Is there any reason why? All right, let's look at this green region. They're coming from a 6. And therefore, digits like 1 are impossible because that will create a 7 sum. 0 is impossible because it would touch another 0. So it's not 0 or 1. Could it be 2? Oh, I tried to type in 2 and managed to press W. Is it 2? What would be wrong with that? It's the same parity, actually. Sorry, there's a parity dot there, so there is something. Oh, okay, hang on. That's important. Right. It's nearly important. Okay, so this has to be odd and not create a prime with 6. So we know 3 works and we know 9 works. So it's 3 or 9 only, I think. 5 would give 11, 7 would give 13, and 1 would give 7. So it's 3 or 9. Now, I don't think we can do that. I might be wrong, but I don't see how. I know this is visited. I don't see. Again, I can't see how to. Oh, hang on. No, that was a legitimate. When I put that 6 boundary in, that was a sensible thing to do. Because that would create a small loop in Finksz's path. So this either goes straight or down. But how do we know which of those is correct? It's probably something to do with ensuring that the number in this circle properly reflects. I think this is going to be a 6. That's what I think is going to happen. Because that is a very natural number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we could close this off. And it would be correct if this was a green 6 and it wasn't visited by the path. Then this would be visited by the path. This isn't visited by the path. All of these would be off the path. I'm not sure. It feels like it would be very powerful. So let's think about the opposite then. So if this was orange, then green's final cell would be here. This would be a 6. And what would this digit be? It would be... well, it would be at least a 2. And would this turn down or would it go straight on? Then we wouldn't know. Unless there's some reason that I'm meant to understand that. And the pressure plate thing, that didn't actually... it says something about a brain activity, a spike in brain activity. Okay, so I don't think... I don't see an immediate reason how I can tell what that is. Which probably means I am meant to know. Which is a very distressing thought. Or is it something up here? Okay, I know that that's 5, 6, 7 or 9 apparently, and there's a green dot here, so that's got to be a low digit. So that's got to be 0, 1, 2, 3 or 4. Which means the same for this one. How does that relate to the... and then this digit is... that is in a purple people eater. And it's going to record 1, 2... it depends whether we go diagonally. Gosh, I mean, the other thing we're going to have to try and keep track of, which I'm very conscious I'm sort of losing track of, is old purple people eaters. Yeah, okay, that's... yeah, for example, this is an old purple people eater. That's a 6. Now, at the moment, I've got 4 in its own region. It's going into this region, so that's 5. So it can only spend... well, where does it go? This is important. Again, it's very micro, isn't it? So we can only spend 2 cells in this P pentomino, and we can never go into the 0. So we can't do diagonal and down. I think we just have to go out with a... I was going to say to there, but I've realised we can go up. That's a shame. So all I actually got there is 1 further extension of the path. Which is... that's so distressing. That's so distressing. I thought I'd come up with something better. Okay, but we know that this path coming up here never goes back into the green. So it must go up through that little gap then. That's the way it'll have to go. Okay. So this cell here is... well, what is it? At the moment, there are 4 cells used, so it's at least a 4. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the only way Right, so actually we are able to deduce at this point that this is not the same pentomino as this. Because if that was a pentomino, the only digit in common between the options is 4. So it would be a pentomino of 4, and there would be 4 cells used in this area and this area combined. But we've already used 4 in this n, and the n is in this position, so it's going to have to move into this region. So that should be at least a 5 in that situation. So instead what we're able to say then is that this is part of a different region. So we can give it different colour. Let's make it orange. So that orange is going to go up. That doesn't mean this can't be 4, I think. I think it still could be a 4 if this doesn't go into it. And if that's diagonal, actually. There's quite a lot of things that have to work for that to be true. Okay, but the problem with all of this, interesting as it is it's not advancing me, is it? At least I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Wow. I mean, wow. So I've got this to 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. 4 would mean this was never visited. Which might be interesting depending on where it goes next. If this yellow went there, it would have to go there. Could it be an L? It can't be an N. I think it can be lots of things, I really do. Is it something over here? I mean, it doesn't look propitious to me. I can see there's... I mean, if I could see more under the fog, I'd feel... I know that's the start of a pentomino, but I think this one could join to that one. Why isn't that possible? I mean, there might be a reason. That could be a V. And that one. While something sticks up there. That would be yellow in that scenario. But I think this could also be green. Why is that a problem? If that's green... Oh golly, that starts to have all sorts of interesting shapes. Oh, hang on. Hang on, I might have just thought of something there. Let me just think about that a bit harder. Ah, that's beautiful if that's true. This is huge. This is huge, because this might make this 6. Right. I think... Okay. I think there's a chance that if this is green, it's a V touching a V, but it's difficult, this. Let's think about that. So what I'm claiming, let's do this slowly, is if this is green, we obviously now, this is a V. So this can't be this shape. Now, for some reason, I thought this cell was either green or orange, didn't I? Now, was that valid? Yeah, that was valid. That was predicated on the fact that whatever this is, if it's not orange or green, it has to go there or there, which is touching the wrong colours. So this would be orange. Now, how does orange grow? We now know orange does not grow along there because it would be a V touching a V. So orange must take this cell. And now orange can't take this cell. So where does orange go? Orange can't go there, across the boundary. Orange can't go here because those two cells are indelibly connected by a ligature you can't see, but it is there because of this green dot and the walls. So that would make a 6 pentomino, which is too big. So this is wrong. Aha! This is very exciting because that means the only place green can grow to is there, which means this is a 6. Well, that's done something up there. Now, actually, let's get rid of that orange, but I think it might have to reinstate it because orange now can't go through there, has to go here, has to go, so it is, orange is a U. It's the only thing it can be. Now this cell has to be yellow, can't touch anything else. This cell is not yellow, so that's yellow, and yellow can't be a U touching a U, so yellow is an L. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, what does that mean? Don't know yet, but I think what we probably do, we know this is a black dot digit, so it's not now it's sharing. These are all from this arrangement, so 5 and 7 can come, and 9 can come straight out of this. 4 and 8 are the only options. Now, surely, no. So it's adding to an even number, which is never going to be a problem. And this digit here then is 2, 4, or 8. And that's on a grape. No, 4 is wrong. Right, 4 is wrong here because orange has already had 4 cells in it, and there's a 5th in the 2 regions combined. So these are 8. Yes, good. That's 4 now. By black dot logic. It seemed to reveal some stuff up there, didn't it? My phone is buzzing. I better just check. That's nothing. Okay, that's nothing urgent. Okay. Oh, well, that's still exciting. And now 8's quite a big number because we've only got 4 there. So there's 4 units of path in this L. So if the path is here, so it could be something like that. Or it could be something like that. Oh no, there's ways of doing this. No, that's not going to be terribly propitious, I think. Okay, well let's change tack then. This, yeah. This logic we thought about before. This purple people eater is a 6. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we've already had them all, so the purple can't continue to here, and the path must close there. And now, the other consequence of that is that, it's hard to see this, but these cells are never on the path now. Neither is this one. Maybe those ones I should make red, so I can see the red against the green and the green against the purple a little bit clearer. Okay. And then it's great, because then you make a little breakthrough and then you just stop for ages again. 94 minutes. Probably. What do you think? I'm not even a third of the way through this, am I? Quite clearly I'm not. Okay. Where do you think? Probably this cell. This pentomino. There's now a new pentomino growing in this direction. Let's make this pentomino indigo. Oh, I don't actually, that's a bit too indigo-ish. Make it blue. Now, there's a pentomino coming up from there. These need to have a coincident digit. We know that this is odd, don't we? So the options now are just 5, 7, and 9 here. So this cell is 5, 7, it's quite a big number. Oh, well, actually, it's a very big number, especially as these cells can never be visited because of what we've just done with the purple. There's no way this can be 9, even if all 5 of those were visited. Oh, which actually they can't be either, because this cell can never be visited. So the maximum number of cells that can be visited in green is 4, and the maximum number of cells that can be visited in blue is 3, and that makes 7, so I can't rule... I can rule 9 out, but I can't rule 7 out, I don't think. So this is 5 or 7, both of which are prime in and of themselves, in case that matters for some reason. It's really tricky, because then I was thinking about this cell of the path, which obviously has to continue in some way. I think it's going to have to go through there, but it could rinky-dink to get there. And then it doesn't even have to go to here directly. It could go up that chimney, and then something could ring around the rosy here and hit that cell. So that's not easy to do. There's a I was going to say there's a pentomino coming up there, but that, of course, could be this blue thingy. Wow. Wow. Okay, maybe I meant to go up there then, where I revealed some fog. Okay, well let's just see what that's done. Over here, what can we see, if anything? I don't think there's going to be much. There's a goldenberry there, so there's a grape here. So if that could be a W, I think, like that. It can't be an N, because this is an N. Or it could be a Y in that way. Or, I mean, other options may be available. I think there's a lot of things it can be, unfortunately. That cell, that is sort of trapped in, isn't it? Maybe that has to be blue. No, because blue can go off there. Yeah, I don't see that at all. I think blue could... It looks like there is, in fact, an opening there, doesn't it? So that's exceptionally distressing, frankly. I really can't see how to do that up there, which is of no surprise to anybody watching, I suspect. Right, what on earth do we do here? So I've got a loop, or I've got a path that goes from here round that corner. It's going to connect up there somehow. I've got a bit of path here. And I know I've got to take quite a bit more of this L. I know both of those are on the path. I've got a green dot there. So, okay, I suppose... All right, I have got an 8 here. So, what are the options for this? I think they're legion. 7? Can't be 6. 5? 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 5 or 7 might be removed from this. And obviously there could be other things. I suppose, well, is 1 impossible? To get to that cell, do you have to take 2 cells? Yeah, you couldn't. This cell is visited. And if you visit that cell, however you do it, you'll have to take a second orange because you can't in and out from the green and the yellow. So 1 is not a possible total for this orange region because you get 2 1s in a row making 2. But, I mean, that is the loosest. That's just the loosest deduction ever. Do we know? The thing is, we don't even know that. Because I don't know how this 6 gets into... I think it goes into this orange to pick up this cell. Otherwise, that cell can't be visited. But I don't know whether it gets there by going up to the 8, across here and down, or directly there. And that's going to affect the possible prime totals. For example, 3 would be impossible if we're going through the 8, but not impossible if we're going through the 6. Maybe there's a reason. If this was a 7, if this one was a 7, this would be a corner of the loop. And you'd have to go there. And then you'd have to go down and round the corner. Or maybe... I just don't know. I can't see enough under the fog, Marty. What have you done here? Don't know how to do this. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Feeling very dumb. No, dear Simon, come on. Use your brain. Silly man. Is there any restriction on... This 8 is one of the few bits of very positive information I've got. I do know 4 cells of this are used. If this wasn't used, how would that work? All 4 of those would be used, and that would be a dead end. So this is definitely on the path. But again, I am not sure whether the path is doing this and this, which I think is possible, or perhaps this. Is there some reason that... I mean, this one-way door thing feels like it's there for a reason, doesn't it? Oh, hang on. I've got a green dot with a 4 here. Is that a 9 then? There's no... It's real. Okay, that's true. That's weird. Okay. All right, well, that's a little bit interesting. Because that 9 seems to be walled in, so it does seem that there's a pentomino starting in that direction. I don't think this is going to do anything, but it's a tiny truth. And this is its own pentomino, but as far as I can see, it can do just about whatever it likes. That's also a 9, I suppose. It's weird. So now I've learned that this is 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8. And I suppose okay, I suppose it's a different pentomino, isn't it? That's true. It can't be in this 9 pentomino, so the 9 is going to continue to there. I thought I'd be lucky if that went further. Oh, it's a little tiny win. Oh, I tell you what would be a win, and that's if it went there, because that would tell me that that was a 3. That would be truly tremendous. Is there some way that we can justify that? Why couldn't this go up? It absolutely could. I mean, if it did... Okay, if it went... Hang on. It's definitely those 3, for sure. If it didn't go there, it would have to be a V. Because it couldn't be an N, because that's an N. So if it didn't go there, given it can't go to either of these, or that one, or that one, or that one, it would have to be up and a V. Now, is there a reason that can't be a V? At least it's a new idea to explore. I don't think it's not touching a V, so I think it's okay for it to be a V. You can't, the path couldn't go from the 4 to the 9, because that would be obviously illegal. So in the path, so that's off the path. Phone's buzzing again. Let's check what that is. That's nothing to worry about. The path can't go from the 8 to the 9 either. That would be 17. It almost looks like it is trying to do something, but then I think it's just going to peter out, unfortunately. I would love to know. I'd love to know what's under the fog exactly there. But I don't think I do. Do I? Is there some way I know? And I just don't realise I know? Not sure. Oh dear. This is very... It's still being recalcitrant, isn't it? And does it's the same age-old question. Does this one go that way, or does it go that way? I'm not sure. Not sure. Okay. And I've got a path end here, a path end here, a path end here. I've got a path end here. I mean, there's no reason I don't... Oh, there is a reason this doesn't go up, actually, because that would isolate this cell. So I do know if we do go up, we're going to go 6, 8, and then in there. All those will be the same number, I mean. And if we're in this cell, which we're going to be, we're then going to be in this cell, but then we could go up or we could go across. I think either of those is possible. It's very strange. Is there a reason that maybe the shape of this one is restricted? It can't be an eye, that's true. and it can't be an L like that. That's also true. So does it have to take this cell? Is it the same deal again? That would put pressure on this digit. Okay, let's think that through. Sorry, and I think this is poor solving by me. I should have spotted this more quickly. But if this cell is not in this blue region, the blue region goes here for its fourth cell, and either becomes an L or it becomes an I, and both are impossible. So that's very straightforward, actually. So this is 5 or 7. This is either a Y or a V. But this digit now is either a 0, a 1, or a 2, because it's opposite 5 or 7 on the funny rule. And and what does that mean? I don't know. I bet there's a reason that this can't be. What's the hardest thing for this to be? 7 is harder, isn't it? Because we know those cells are out of bounds. So we know if this is 7, the path is doing that. To take the 7 cells. Although, in that situation, we wouldn't still know where the final cell of the 5, 7 was. It could be here. Which would make this even. I mean, if that was a path cell, we would have that thing that we had on another. Was it that one? You've got to be really careful what odd number you sum those to, because very few odd numbers seem to work. Right, okay. So do we think that if that's 5 or 7, this is obviously this is then even and 0 or 2. Which is that's quite difficult to do that. It couldn't be 0, I don't think. Because to visit, I think that there would be a path going from this region to this region. So it would have to be a 2 here with a 7. So if that goes up there, I think lots of things would happen. It would be a 7 with a 2 here, I think. And that would probably reveal loads of fog, wouldn't it? Oh, I've got it. Sorry, that's a Y. So that can't be a Y. I've actually got that. Right, that's totally obvious. But that forces the shape of this to there, which is going to cause exactly what we've just talked about. Right, now let me just double check this. So now from a grape perspective across this boundary, this has to be a very low digit. Yeah, okay, so so it's 0, 1 or 2. I think we ruled out 1 already because we said, okay, to visit these cells is impossible without taking a second orange within that strand. And that's certainly true here. How would you get to this, which you have to get to without taking one of those two? The only way of visiting this cell would be diagonally, which these wall spots prevent. So we can definitely take 1 out. Now we've got, how do you get to this cell? Can you do it without visiting that blue region? No way. You can't get in and out of it. So we are, somehow, some way, the path is going from this V into this U. So the sum of 5 or 7 plus 0 or 2 must not be prime. 5 and 7 are both prime, so 0 is impossible. So this is 2. Yes. And now this Same logic, we can't add these to 7. So this is, we can't, 2 plus 5 is 7, it's not 9, so that's 7. Look at all this, look at all this! Oh, that was silly of me, but at least we've got a bit further. That's parity, isn't it? So that's even. Now, has that helped? Yeah, it's helped for the path here, hasn't it? Because now we've suddenly learnt, because these are out of bounds, and this can never be reached, this is a corner of the loop. This must be visited. And again, the wall spots are preventing diagonal movements. Now I know that this cell is visited. I know this cell is visited. I'm sure this is all very clear. To everybody except me. Is there any restriction on the number of cells visited here? Don't know. And again, it looks like we're getting backed into a corner here, doesn't it? This digit here, it's at least a 4. But it could be anything, I think. Dear, dear, dear. Okay. Oh, wait. Some of this has been revealed. Okay, well that might be helpful. So I was hoping to get this 9 into this cell, wasn't I? But I don't think, looking at this, it does have to go there, unfortunately. There's all sorts of stuff that's been revealed in the northwest. Although at first blush, at least, I mean, there is a purple people eater here between these two pentominos. If this was a 9, well, actually, if this was a 9, because that cell is unvisitable, everything in this 9 and everything connected to this would all have to be visited by Finkz on her path. But so that would be a corner. But it's very unclear. How are we meant to do this? Is there there's no restriction on that just being another eye like this one, I don't think. I know this one either goes up. Oh, this one could do a diagonal. I just know it doesn't spend any longer in green from this clue, I think. Okay. Golly gosh, right. So what on earth do we do with this? I have not got a clue. I mean, I suppose the good thing about doing the pentominoes is when you get one and it's the right number, it does suggest that we haven't gone wrong yet. Having said that, I mean, what on earth do we do here? Oh no! How long have I had now? 2 hours. 2 hours to do a tiny portion of the grid. I love it though. Just love it. This is correct. When you've gone through 40 episodes or 39 episodes, if this was a doddle, that would feel totally wrong. I want to sweat to find out what happens. Okay, come on. That's interesting. If this one didn't go there, it couldn't be a P I've just seen because it's touching a P. So it would be quite difficult to fill. It would be impossible to fill. Here is a new deduction to do with this indigo thing. I worked out earlier it's not the same as the orange thing, so we won't recapitulate that. But if it didn't go to this cell for some reason, what would its choices be? This cell, I think, would have to be part of it. Because if it wasn't, then the path would have to do that, and that is an N touching an N. So this is part of it, which means this is part of it. And again, it can't be an N, because it's already touching an N. So it would have to be a P, and it's already touching a P. So that cell is indigo. Which is good for, well, it's sort of good, but sort of bad. Now my 9... Oh, my 9's fit. Oh, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Right. My 9 now, which used to be able to go to this cell, can't only go to this cell to grow. So it must go to this cell. And now... Oh, I'm wrong. I thought it was going to go there, but that's actually not true, is it? So I've got one here that's coming out. That's a new region up there. Bobbins. Okay. Sorry. I think if this one goes there, then it could be an F or maybe a Y. Oh, wait a sec. What's this one going to be? This is going to... Oh, hang on. Hang on. This is already touching an N, so it's not an N. So okay, that's great news. That is perfect news. That means that this is a 9, because it's the only place it can grow. Yes. So now this 9 is touching this region, so that's a 3. Oh, this 3 now, that can't be a 3. Goodness knows what's going on up here. It's all kicking off, isn't it? The 9, lots of this 9 has to be visited. All of it, because this can't be visited. So that's a corner now of the loop. No, it's hard to see, but it is. Maybe I'll make that bit of the loop blue instead, just because I can see it a bit easier. So, okay. So now, if I didn't go, I have to go into this cell, because otherwise that 9 doesn't get... Because basically this 9 is saying that with this pentomino, wherever that lives, every cell of that pentomino and 4 cells of this one are on the loop. So this needs to be on the loop, and I think that probably means there's only one way that can work, which is like that. So now this one is not a war. Is not... That's exactly what I said. It's not a war. In case you were wondering, there is a knowledge bomb from Cracking the Cryptic. Somebody sent me their bingo card the other day of the ludicrous things that I say in the video. And I want that one to be on the next bingo card. Right. This is not a 4, this one, because that would be 13, and it's not a 2, because that would be 11. So this one is very little. It is 0 or 1. It is incredibly unlikely to be 1, because you can't go, you can't take 2 cells of one-age. So, what do we do next? Oh, right. Here is a tiny... Yeah, this is a good point. I can do my orange region here. This cell is in a different pentomino to the cell above it because of the one-way door. So those two are in the same pentomino, can't cross this boundary because of the grape thing, so that's all orange. And now orange only has one way of finishing, which is with a Y. That's an N, and that one we don't know, so that's okay. Now, this is a pentomino. It's getting very cluttered, is what we can now allege, I think. But it getting very cluttered and us working out what on earth this means are different things altogether, aren't they? Oh, okay. All right. Now this is a bit weird, but this 3 is going into this indigo now for its next move. I don't know how it does it. It's got actually 3 different ways. It could go diagonally as well. But that means this indigo can't be 0 because 3 plus 0 is 3, which is prime. So these are all 1. Didn't clear any fog, but it's true. They are all 1, I think. So now this one isn't 5 anymore because 1 and 5 are too close together across the grape. Now, how do we work out what this does? I don't know. I want to work it out and I can't do it. I think this is going to be a 1. I think if that's true, I think the 1 is going to be an F, I think. This is coming out. There's some way I know what that one is. There's another purple... There's all sorts of purple people eaters in the top left of the grid. Oh, that could probably be... Yeah, I think this is going to be a 1, because this is quite high, isn't it? How do we get this sorted then? So... I've got another region here. I've got a region here. However this goes, it's going to make a count of 4 when it goes into this region. And then that makes a count of 10 when it goes into that region. I'm reluctant to abandon this sort of... I can't see what to do, obviously. But I'm reluctant to abandon it because I have made a little bit of progress there. I'm just very unsure about what to do next, frankly. I mean, it's just... this thing is really hard to see. Okay. This circle is counting how many cells in these regions combined are on the path. You see, you can't even... I still don't think you can rule out 4 from that. because then this couldn't go into this region, but it could go diagonally into the 1 region and then up. Then that could be a 4. And then would that have an implication for this region? It might do in terms of primes and things, but actually probably not very. No, probably. Oh, it couldn't be a 6 if it went into the 1, because 6 and 1 is 7. I suppose if that was 4, this would be 9. Is that a problem? Or is it? I don't know. It's really difficult to know where the tension is. There's a grape hidden in the fog there, so this can't be a 4 because it would be a 9 touching a 9. So this is just 0, 2, 6, or 8 now. No, nearly. Oh, that's rotten. That's nearly good, but it's not quite good enough. Right, there is a path going from this cell to this cell. So we can't make a prime, so we can take 2 out, we can take 8 out, and this is 0 or 6 now, which is a lot better than it was. But 15 and 9 are both valid totals, but that means this digit, if it's 0, that's 5, 6, 7, or 8. And if it's 6, it's 0 or 1. Which is terribly, terribly distressing, frankly. And whatever region I put here, every cell of it has to be visited. Yeah, that's quite easy. Dum, dum, dum. If it's a P, it's very easy. Although, okay, you have to be a bit careful with the 1 here can't go into another 1, so it doesn't go there or there. I think it probably might have to go down to this 3. Okay. Bother. Are we going to have to... Am I going to have to go down here again? But I don't think I've learned anything new, did I? When I got these 9s, what did it actually... No, it cleared stuff. It cleared stuff up there. When I got these 3s, yeah, that cleared stuff over there. So it's not telling me to look down here at the moment. I think it's guiding me to the top left of the grid and something I can't possibly understand up here. That doesn't mean it's visited. Why is that impossible? I think that is impossible because the 1... No, that's definitely impossible. I don't want to have to prove it because that's just, the 1s you couldn't visit. You couldn't visit a 1 shape like umpteen times without hitting a second 1. This cell, I think this is a 1. Now, how do I prove that? If it wasn't... I mean, if okay, yeah, that's an interesting point. If that isn't a 1, that is the shape. That's the only shape you can draw. So I think that's a 1. And if that is a 1, you could have a T there. And then... Oh, hang on, no, if that's a 1, you can't go there either. So, yes, okay, so it would be an F. It would be a certain F. No. No. No, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. What? If this is right, if you live to be 100 years old, Marty Sears, you will not do anything more devious than this in your life. What on earth have you done here? What? This is total and utter. It can't be possible. It can't be possible. I don't understand this. But I am now going to claim that I think this one thing doesn't go there. Because if it did, it obviously can't go to this cell as well. So if it goes here, it has to complete like that because it can't cross the goldenberry. And this is an F. And I want to ask what shape this is. It's got to go up there and it's got to collect this one on its journey. So this is the start of some new region. But it's penned in by the goldenberry. It's got to go there. It can't go to this cell or this cell, so it's got to go there. And I get an F on top of an F, which I'm not allowed. And that means that this is insane. Because what that means is that this doesn't go there. It goes there. And once it goes there, it can't be an N, because it's already touching an N. So it's a W, but it's total and utter. Well, I suppose we'll see. It is correct. That's no. And I know you can all see the problem that I'm seeing, which is that this 9, we've learned a long time ago, is telling me that every cell in this now W region is visited by the path. But we know that when you visit a 1 on the path, you can't visit a second one because you'll get a sum of 2. So that means somehow this is 5. Every time you go into this W pentomino, you've got to get out of it again immediately. It's just nonsense. Okay, well, this one, where does this one go? It can't go into another 1. So its only option is to go down, isn't it? And now this one has to be visited. But where this one above it is not the second where it goes after that. So that has to do that. And then this one has to be visited. See, it could do that. I mean, it's just insane. It's absolutely insane. Now, this one can't go there because it would be visiting 2, 1. So that one must be visited from above and then go up there. And now he's just joking. He's doing this on purpose because he found some way of doing it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I suppose, it does look like it might work. So I can't really, it's just, I mean, what on earth? Right, this one, the path is going into, so that is not a 6 anymore. So it's now 7 or 9 and is odd. Okay, this can no longer be 4 because we have visited the orange path now, so that's more than 4. And we are going to go into there. Well, okay, well, this causes that Z I was looking at. This one has to do that. That has to be that shape. There's no possibility of it being anything else. So, no, I don't want red there. What colour should we have? Let's have another green, maybe. Okay, so this is a big digit. So this is a little digit, and it can't be a 1. So it's got to be 5 different. So it's either 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it's not 1, because it does touch the W1. What's the betting? Marty's put 1 of every time. You know, that we will, in some place, we'll get an X pentomino. Which other pentominos have we? We haven't had a T, which is that shape. There might be another 1 or 2 that I'm forgetting that are sort of the awkward ones to place. Now, I mean, what on earth have you done here? I don't know what to do. I can see there's a thingy there. If I don't know. This is unvisitable, visitable now, I think. Because it's sort of been cul-de-saced by what we had to do, the ludicrous nature of this. And if you can't visit that, you could visit a maximum of 4 cells in orange. Oh, so that could still be 9. Sorry, I thought there might be a way of stopping this being 9, but actually I realised there isn't. If this did a long rinky-dink. Golly gosh. Absolutely. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary, this. And I don't know what to do. So, come on, Simon. Have an intelligent thought. I've been totally zugzwanged by this nonsense up here. I mean, that is so left field. So this is not a big number. 0, 2, 3, or 4 combined with this pentomino. But that pentomino could do a whole raft of things. And we've got a non-consecutive between those. I almost wonder whether Marty's used the goldenberries, though, more to help position pentominos than... because it's such a loose constraint. Oh, the 1 is going into orange, so I mustn't make this a prime with that, must I? So we can get rid of 6 from there. It's a tiny win for the goodies. 5, 7, 8, 9. And obviously if this was 7 or 9, that would affect what this can be slightly. Do we? Okay, and then we've got this one, which I know is on the path. And then from there, I'm going into green, aren't I? Yeah, that might be true, actually. So green couldn't be 2 or 4 if that was true. Is that right? So what I'm saying is, I know that this, I don't know how it gets visited, because I am conscious of the fact it could be visited in a ludicrous way like this. But it's definitely true to say that this has a green exit, because we can't just go in there and stay there. So there is a green exit from this 1. So it is true to say that this is not 2 or 4. It's 0 or 3 now. If it was 3, this would have to be a very big number. Oh, it's not 0, because I just said it's visited. It's visited when we come out of there. Yeah, this circle is crucial, because that is telling us that if this was a 0, it wouldn't allow this and this wouldn't be allowed to be visited. So this is 3. And that should clear. Yes, great. That's cleared some fog as well. Oh, well, that has a concomitant effect on this pentomino now across the grape. It can't be 5 or 7 if it's got to be 5 different at least from 3. So this is 8 or 9. Now, well, it's not. Do I have to go from orange to green? If I have to go from orange to green, then it can't be 8. Yeah. Or not. No, that might not be true, actually. Well, hang on. This is really tricky now. This is really tricky because I have got a lot of cells of. I've got to take quite a few cells of orange. If I take 5 cells of this N, then I've still got to take 3 cells of orange. At the moment, I've taken 1 cell of orange. So it's not valid for me to go here into green and then run off. I wouldn't get my orange cells. So something in this column is taken by Finkz on the path, and therefore it's impossible that Finkz doesn't at some point traverse the grid by passing into green. Therefore, there is some connection somewhere in this grid from orange to green, and therefore this is a 9. And that was correct. Now this can't be a 9, so that's a 7. There's going to be an even bigger issue now, though, because this 9. Well, I know this cell's unvisitable, so every other cell must be visited in orange, and every cell must be visited in. So I must take all of these, which means I have to do that and that. So I don't do a diagonal there. I do have to visit this one. I do have to visit that orange. So that's in a sort of passageway. So I have to do that and that. Oh, this is getting very tricky now. I've now visited green twice here, and I know once from the exit from this we'll have to go into a green. So there's no more greenery. There's no more possibility to go into green. And this is definitely on the path. And so how do I get into this one? Is this forced? It must be forced because nothing else can affect this part of the grid. So somehow, some way, this is completely transparently clear how we move between hither and thither. Okay, yeah. So the fact that we can't go twice into green more does mean that we've ruled out this ludicrous option there, which is something I was worried about. So we are going once there. Now, if we were to go up here, we can't get out of green. So we must go diagonally down and up. And it's entirely forced, which, I mean, I suppose we should expect. It's just mad. I've done a third of the puzzle now. Actually, how many? It was 15 by 15, it said in the preamble. It's 225 cells. A normal Sudoku is 81 cells. So it's about 3 times the size. So it should take 3 times as long, at least, I would argue. How long have I been going? 2.5 hours now. Okay, but we're still going. I mean, it's not a total disaster. Now, this cell is... I mean, look at this guy. It's ever more complexity up there. But we know 3 cells are visited, and this can't be a 3. So this is at least a 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I don't know why I did that, but it's true. Then this one. Oh, here's a Okay, let's focus on this cell. Let's make it yellow for a moment. Now, this cell is never visited. This pentomino. This is great. This is great. Yeah, and the reason it's never visited is it sees the purple people eater here, which has already been catered for fully by its own region. So we can't take yellow into that cell. So yellow's going up now. So, well, it's still got to go up because it can't cross the parity boundary. But we've got to get out of green. So green has to go up now because it can't go into yellow. We have just learnt this. So yellow has to go up again. Now, is there some shape yellow can't be because it's touching other shapes? Yellow. Well, yeah, that's lovely. How could yellow go up again? If yellow goes up again, how do you get this out without crossing yellow? You can't do it. You can't sort of transport yourself from here to here. It won't work. So yellow must turn there and is an L. And this is incredibly constrained now. So it's got to go, we've got to go up there and we've got to go out there. But how we rinky dink? Well, we can draw a pentomino from here then. It can't be an L on an L, so that's another U. Now this is a pentomino to get this corner cell out, so I'll make that a deal. What the blazes does that mean? Oh, I see. That's just funny. He's done that on purpose as well. Okay. Remember that every pentomino contains the same digit. And there is a black dot that says, but those two digits in orange are in a 2-to-1 ratio. One is double the other. So the only way that can work, I reckon, is if it's 0. Yes. Oh, and that, right, hang on, let's just focus. What does that do? So that gave me this cell. Because it's starting to do things down here again now. Okay. All right, so what does this mean? This blue digit, this purple people eater here, we know there's 3 in green, and it seems I've already got 3 in blue. So this is at least a 6. We know this is a 0, so that, yeah, look at this. Okay, so some pentomino coming down here. Can't be an L now. So there's some pentomino coming down there. And there's a possibility, this can't be an L. What's that? That's a text message. Can't deal with that. I think the problem is that could go up there, and then maybe that escapes. Can't be an N, I suppose. Oh, it can't be an N or an L. Yeah, okay. That must be that. Does this have to be a Y? Is that the point? Yeah, I think this is the point. So this red thing, it can't grow to these cells. Now, if it was an L, it's touching an L, so it's not taking both of those. So it must take this one. And now if it took this one, this would be an isolated cell. So it is a Y pentomino. And now those two cells are going to join up with orange, look. But we can't see what's happening there. But that's still good for us, I think. Or is it? There are a few things. Oh, yeah, this is good. Right, 0 or 6 is what we worked out for orange here. If this was 6, sum would be 7. So that is a 0, I think. Oh no, that didn't. Maybe the fog had already been cleared from there. Okay, right. This is not 0 or 1 anymore. So that's quite a big number. I think it's this y that we're going to have to work on. Now, how are we going to do this, though? We know that this digit has to be not a prime with a 1. So it's not 0, it's not 1, it would be touching them. Not 2, that would create a 3 sum, which is not going to work. So it's at least 3. So it's 3. I don't think it can be more than 5 for this reason. It's purple people eater with this region, which has got 0 path cells in it. So it can't be more than 5. So it's 3, 4, or 5. If it was 4, 4 plus 1 is a prime. So it's 3 or 5. And if it's 5, it's entirely used in terms of path. Okay, and the other thing is, it's definitely odd. So the parity of this one is even, and it's not 0. So that's 2, 4, 6, or 8. And it's not 2 or 4 because of the napnodot. So that one is 6 or 8. Please tell me which one you are. Not going to, are you? This is a napnodotage. That's not helping with what we've limited this to already. 6 or 8. It's more likely. Is this chimney usable? I don't think that chimney's usable. That could be wrong. No, it's wrong. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Probably is nonsense anyway. Don't know. I have a feeling I'm meant to know what number this is, but I can't see how to do it. But obviously, if it was 5, the path would go from, it would sort of somehow get round here, into here, and would descend down here. What is the... Hang on. Where's this going? The answer is we just don't know. So yeah, I'm losing track a bit of where all my path bits and pieces are. Or maybe if that's 3 or 5, this is at least 3 then. Does look like there's the startings of a new... Oh no, how can you do that, you muppet? That could be different pentominos. That's a pentomino there that looks like it's starting. Does... If this was a big loop, if it went... It's here. And then it's also... So if this was an end and this was an end, do we care? Don't think so. Not sure. Oh dear. I've got a terrifying... I want to go down here. I'm terrified of that bottom right part of the grid. Wow. Maybe I could get that one. Is there a way of getting this one? Yeah, okay. This can't be 7, can it? I don't think. Because I can't go into the 6 or the 8 ever. The blue is going to exit into the 0, so we can't have a 7 there because it would be prime. So this has come right down. It's now 6, 8, or 9, which is very similar to this thing. So this is all 6, 8, or 9, but is there? There's no restraint on this having lots and lots of path cells in it. There's no sign of any rats or cupcakes as well yet. It's sort of. Do you think I've done half of it? I might have done half of it. Okay. So, what does this mean? No clue. No clue. 4 is not prime. 6 is not prime. 1 is not prime. That is being obeyed. That will be obeyed depending on what we have to do in here. We know this. Is either going there or there. Okay, I think it absolutely can go diagonally. So if this cell wasn't visited, that would be a problem. Because then we'd have to go straight up the chimney and that would be a 4. So that cell is on the path. But I don't think that means the path goes up through there necessarily, because we could go diagonally back here and up the chimney. And I mean, maybe that there is a problem with that for some reason, but I don't think I know what it is. Oh, wait, I have got a problem. Hang on, I've spotted something. I can't go from the 0 ever. That's it. Yeah, you can't look at it. You've got to look at it from both sides, don't you? I can go from the 1 into the red, but I can't go from the 0 into the red, because that's already prime. 3 and 5 are prime. So I can't ever use those two. So this is 3. Oh, that's good. That is, it's very good actually. That's done some things down there. Now, okay. All right. So that's quite good. And it means that this spends 3 bits of time and it never uses these cells. So I think even allowing for diagonality, we are going to go up, across and out, aren't we? That does seem to be forced. I can't see another way of doing that. If I go there and there, I can't get out. So I think I have to go there, there and there, given these two are out of bounds. Because if I take either, I will go up into the 0. So that puts less pressure on this circle, which is now a number that's 3. Oh, it can't be 0 actually, so it's more than 3. It's 4 at least. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. But I don't know whether it goes into that cell, so I can't use any prime trickery. I mean, how? I must be being very dense. What can possibly dictate? Oh, I see. I'm so silly. You silly man. This can't be 8. I've got the path going from 3 to 8 there. I would add up to 11. So I've got this down to 6 or 9 now. Now, which of those is being ruled out? Obviously, if this one was 6, that would rule it out. How? Oh, no. But how are we ever going to know how many cells are taken up? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's going to be that. That's this is the crucial one. Why can't... Oh, well, that can never be 9, can it? I hadn't really thought about this for ages. But if this is 9, we're saying that we only use 3 of this green Z, so it can never get to 9. This is 6, and that's going to be good. That's going to give us 2 more pentominos. So it gives us that one, and we can't touch a 6 to a 6. It gives us that one. Look at this. Oh, that's... it feels like such a relief now. Oh dear. What on earth is going on down here now? Can I see anything up here? I want to look up here. I think I understand the top left more than I understand the bottom right. Not that I understand either very well. Okay, here's a time. This cell is interesting because that's penned in by wall, goldenberry, and redcurrant, and you can see that. Oh, you rotten thing! Oh no, it doesn't. I suddenly thought it could have gone up there with a 0 across the black dot like that one did, but it actually can't. Oh no, it can. Oh no, it actually can. Oh, it probably will then. Oh, that's evil. That is pure evil. Right, these 4 are the same thingy. Purple. But I don't think I know whether it goes there or there. Well, maybe I can use the shapes. If it goes... Yeah, I can use... No, maybe I can't. No, I think I can actually. Right, if this was a T, crossing the black dot, so this would be a 0, then this shape, what is it? It has to go here, it has to go here. It can't take this one, because that's across a wall from it. So it has to do that, and then it has to do that. And that is a U touching this U, which is wrong. So this one does take that one, and a potential pitfall is avoided. Now, that's touching a 2, so this is not a 2. So it's 0, 4, 6, or 8. And it's party to a purple people eater here. And this, okay, that has to be, oh goodness, it could be, no, it can't be double 0 across a border. So this is not 0 anymore. So this is 4, 6, or 8 by black dot, and by black dot restriction. So this digit is 2, 4, 6, and it's not 6, sorry, it's 2, 4, 8, or 3. Which feels like it might be important. But we still got so much. Oh, nearly. I can nearly get rid of a path segment from there to there. Because 7 and 4 is 11, and 7 and 6 is 13, both prime, but 7, 8 is 15, and that's not prime. So if this was 8, that would be 4, probably joins up to that one. Ah, don't know. That's so mean. It's so mean. So what on earth do we do now? I don't know. That one has to sort of grow up there, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, I know what we could do here, you know. I don't know if it'll work, but there is a count issue, isn't there? In the sense that here we've got 9, 10, we've got 11's worth of of stuff, but we know this one is going up for sure because it can't cross the boundaries here. So there's something going up there, and so the rest of those 10 cells have to be 2 pentominoes exactly. What we can't have is this border being breached, because let's just imagine it was breached by one cell. Then there wouldn't be enough room to make the other 2 pentominoes. So there is some pentomino that begins in this cell, and that is going to be a red pentomino, maybe. And it's going to go down there, and there's going to be a pentomino that starts here that's going to go down here. And somehow or other, we need to hope, well, how could that one be red? I mean, it could be, but yellow could never get out. So that's yellow. Same logic must be true there. That's got to be red. And somehow we've got to make these work without, so that could be a, no, see, it can't be a P. If that's a P, that would be an L touching an L. This is tricky. Oh, no, it is tricky. Oh, Y? Y and N. It must be Y and N. There's no other way that works. Yeah, so we need 2 different pentominoes here that aren't L. So if this one wasn't red, red could be an N, but then this cell never gets a pentomino. P won't work, it shuts it in. So that cell is red, it can't be L. So we now know it's either this one for a Y, but that shuts off this cell. So it's that one for a Y and this one for an N. Okay, well that's good. That is much better than we were doing. Now, this can't be a 0 because it wouldn't be bigger than that one. So that takes 0 out of there, look. So this is 1 or 2. Now, can we do some prime tricks? It's not that far away from being able to do, but we know that's visited. There's a lot going on down here all of a sudden. We know this digit is quite a hefty digit, I think. In this region, 4 cells are used, and this cell has to get, well, that cell's used, so that's 5. So it can't be less than 5. And oh dear. Oh, I've done it wrong as well. Sorry, it's that one. That's counting this one and that one. So that might be better. So that it's this circle, because that's where the purple people eater circle is. So but this can't be 7 because it's touching 7 here. Now, nine's very difficult because then everything here would have to be. I mean, it's not impossible though. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. There's so many things to shuffle around in your brain. Your poor brain can't cope with it. Okay, come on. Do we think? Well, okay. So this digit is very small. It's 0 or 1. So that digit is 0 or 1. So if we knew, I hope he's not doing his nonsenses again. He could be doing his nonsenses where you have to dip in and out of one regions. I don't think you can. Well, I'm going to... No, you can't do it there, surely. I just don't think you can. If this was a 5, then this cell would be the only yellow cell visited by the path. So the path would go there into red again, up here. Is there some sort of weird danger that I'm isolating bits of loop here, or bits of path? It's possible. It is possible. How many... Oh, I don't know. It's really hard to know exactly where to focus on. I know I've said that before, but I genuinely think it's true. This 7, I know this cell is on the path. I'm going to give it a circle, just so I know that that's on the path. But does that matter? So if I came straight down there, would that be an issue? It would mean that purple has to be 8, which is a very big number. And if purple was 8, would we care? I don't know. I can't see why I would care, so I probably wouldn't. I'd love to know where I go from these ones over here. I think that this region has been an enigma throughout. I mean, I know from the earlier work we did, I think it was 4 cells of that have to be path cells. And therefore, didn't I work out that this cell was definitely on the path? I think I did, because otherwise the path would strand itself here. So I know that's on the path. So does that mean that I have to do that? Because if I didn't, how would I ever get to this cell? I.e., if I did that and went that way, I'd never get to this cell. It's unvisitable. So actually, I think I do that, and then that. And now, oh, well, no. So it might be something to do with the direction of the path or something. Have I got, where's my lines that tell me which way the path is going? There's one here, look. So this path, does that go all the way back? Oh. This is confusing. Yeah, so I think I can turn left there. But if I do... Am I not going the wrong way? Yeah, I think I am. That's really interesting. So I think it is a path direction point. If we were to join this one up to here, then the path is meant to be going forwards from this 8 to this 2. But if we trace our way backwards here along the path, forwards is meant to be in the other direction. So I don't think that can be right. I think, but now if I make the link this way instead, you can see we're going forwards from the 8 to the 2, and then round here, up, down, across, round here and forwards. So we are going the right way now. But that means we go there, and now we've taken enough of this 8. So we must leave the 8. We must leave the 8. Okay, but that's now going to be interesting, isn't it, for whatever's going on over here? It might not be, but it might be. Okay. Now, come on, let's just try and work this through. What does this mean, if anything? It looks very possible for me to... Where are the rats? Where's the rat, I should say? Where is Finkz? And where's my cupcake? I don't know. But do we think we know what this does next? Where did this come from now? It came from here. So there's a strand here, a strand here, a strand here, a strand here, a strand over there, a strand over there. There's all sorts of strands, and I can't connect them together, which is infuriating. But, okay, so this purple people eater is 4, 6, or 8. And this is obviously some new pentomino coming out of here, but the problem with this one, frankly, is it's tricky, because we don't know whether it comes up and grabs this 4. If we did, that would be very helpful, because it would limit, this couldn't then be 4. Is it possible to come down, pick up this 2? Do we have any idea how much of this 2U pentomino thing is, how much of that has to be used? Because at the moment I sort of feel it could be all of it. I don't know. I don't know how to tell that. Let me just look at the rules again. Maybe inspiration will strike. Goldenberries, black dots, purple probes, fogs, regions 0 to 9, cupcakes. Okay, it ticks over 3 hours. This could be the longest video ever on the channel. How long have I... It's there, 3:30. Okay, come on, Simon. Let's just have an epiphany. Where is the epiphany? I don't know. I would love to find the epiphany. I don't know where it is. There is a region coming out of here, look. And that's definitely path. So we can eliminate certain even digits. 2 won't work, 4 won't work, 6 is the only even digit that will work there. Everything else adds up to a prime. 0 won't work, 0 plus 3 is a prime. So 1, 3 won't work, 5, 7, 9. So 0, 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. Which does have some overlap with this. This is probably the same pentomino, but we don't know that. And there's another pentomino here that is different from lime green. Could be the same as this one, but we just don't know what's under the fog here. Goodness, so I wonder if there is a simple way of knowing. Oh, goodness, yeah. If this was 1, it would be very restricted in terms of, then that would be 0. Where's a purple people eater that we can use? Those are the keys to this, I think. That and pentomino shapes being difficult to create. If this wasn't purple, it would be its own colour. Purple would come out here. Purple would come out to there, probably go up. Probably can't be an L for some reason. No, it actually couldn't be an L. So it would be a Z. It would be a Z. It would be 2 or 3. Which of those would work? Or maybe both, but that would make the purple region 4 or 6, which would limit our ability to move through it, through to the 7, by prime linkages. I really think it's possible. I don't know how to discredit that. Maybe there's some reason. Maybe there's some reason this can't be 8, because so much loop would have to exist on it. If this would be 8, 3 cells of it would have to be on the path, at least, without making a loop. But I think that's possible, isn't it? Couldn't I just go there? Why is that wrong? There. Or is it? Oh, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm getting very stuck here. This is about as stuck as I've felt, actually. It's this bottom right area. I just don't understand it. I just don't know. I mean, there's no other words for it. I just don't understand it. Okay. Maybe it's this cell. I mean, if that was a 9, this would be a 1. And then the path would have to go through every cell of this. So it would get out through that little gap there and go upwards. This would be a 0. This would be a 1. I don't think that's impossible. I mean, it might be. Notes. I was going to write, I am stuck. Oh, that didn't work. I can't even write, I am stuck. T-U-C-K. Oh, it wouldn't let me do an exclamation mark. But that's where we're up to. I am stuck. Okay. What do we think we do next? I haven't got a clue. This can't be a 1, because we'd have to go to a second cell in it, and that would create a prime number. So that is actually a bigger number than I'd first appreciated. 5, 6, 7, or 9. It probably does join here. If it does, do we care? We've got 3 from here plus at least 2 from there. So it would be at least a 5. I don't think that's problematic at all. Oh, the 0. Oh, I hadn't noted. Sorry, hang on. That is a very important point. I hadn't realised that 0 isn't finished. I've only got 4 cells of it. That's hugely embarrassing. Well, okay, so maybe I can rule out a Y. Yeah, I can. Ah, great. Got something new. Right. If this was a Y, which it needs to grow, I hadn't realised this, but if this was a Y, it's touching another Y, so it must be a T, actually. And that's going to clear fog, isn't it? Please? Yes. Oh, that's so harsh. That's so harsh. It's cleared nothing of interest to where I was stuck. Oh, well, it does make that lime green. So we can take some of the options out of here. It's 5, 6, 7, or 9. Which... Okay. And we know the path is here, so we know it has to continue. And do we have any idea how many times that region had to be visited? I don't think that's benefiting from a purple people eater, is it? So I don't think I know. Okay, so if this is not seeing an F, is it? It can't be a Y. And it's already got the sort of characteristics of wanting to be a Y. Oh, it could be an X, actually. We haven't had an X yet, have we? So it could be an X. Golly gosh, that's actually very distressing, because that is, maybe there's another partial region somewhere that I was building and then didn't finish. I mean, imagine if it was here. Oh, I'd just cry, I think. Oh, goodness. I don't see it. Okay, so this region is done. That region is probably, I think, going to be an F in some way. There are many Fs are available. It probably does have to be an F. I haven't actually... Oh, F or X. Yeah, F or X. Okay, and I get this purple people eater. I really don't see how to use it. And I got these things revealed in the most sort of recalcitrant way. Oh, this being a 6 is doing some path work. Because the path, it's got 3 cells there and 3 cells there, so it can't take any more path cells in blue. So it must escape blue, stay up, and go out there. Okay, well that's a tiny win for the goodies. Okay. Now. So the path is going round here. So let's draw it's going from this position. Let's try and darken that up a bit just so I can see it. It's going from here, round here, round here, up and away. So it's going from there to there. That is sort of one long strand of path that we have found. But there's some other path that is going from this cell to this cell. And then there's a third path. We can get rid of that red now. We did address that. We've slightly improved our lot in life. And then we've got this other path here. I think this is the part of the grid that I can't get to the bottom of, but I think there's probably more logic I can extract down here. I've got this 7, which is telling me, it told me exactly how the path moved, or which cells of blue were on the path. And I know I have to get to this cell. Yeah, so I can't come down, can I? I think that was something I was looking at earlier. If I did that, I could never get to this cell and get out again. So I don't do that. So if I don't go, but I do visit this. So it hasn't got an easterly exit, so it must have a westerly exit, I think, this cell, because I know it's visited. And then this cell has to go down because of the wall spot. Okay, this is better than I was doing. But so I either sort of go up there and round the corner, and then perhaps out there, or I'm not sure which way my inequality signs are going. It's very confusing. Or I could even go out here and back in here, I think. Is there any reason why? So I've got this new little segment here. You know, is there a reason I can't cross that boundary for some reason? 8 is not prime, 9 is not prime. I think that, oh yeah, and in fact I have crossed the red to blue boundary here. So I've probably already restricted that by dint of that rule. So if this joined to there... Oh, golly, it's so confusing. I mean, there's so many things that could be right and probably aren't. Where do we think? If I did know that this went up into purple, that would give me an 8 here and a 4 here. Okay, let's think about that. So if it didn't go up into purple, what would then happen? Then orange would go up into purple. I just can't see how it's restricted. I've got a 7 there. I've got purple Peter. Oh no, I'm just absolutely stuck still. There must be some reason I feel like I'm meant to know more about. Maybe I'm meant to have found a rat or something. Where is the rat? I'd love it, actually, if Marty's put a rat there and a cupcake there, and they could just... Finkz could just go there. But for some reason in this puzzle, she decides not to. Okay. Where now? I have no idea. I'm absolutely, utterly stuck. I mean, this is desperate. I don't even want to do it, really. This cell, it can't be certain odd numbers. But I think it can be a lot of things, to be honest. Do I know the shape of this, though? Do I think it takes the 4? Possibly. It'd be a T. I've had a T now, though, so there's less... It's less essential, I find, a T, assuming Marty has put one of every pentomino in. Okay. So where on earth do we look now? Come on, Simon. What is the point? It's 2s to 7s are fine. 0s to 7 are not fine. 1s. Well, that's an interesting thought, actually. I don't think it's very relevant, but if the path did go into this cell, that couldn't be 1s, could it? Because then it would be double 1, and that would add up to 2. So if there is some reason why the path needs to go here, how many... We can see that there aren't any... No, I mean, I'm not actually sure where the fog... I think the fog's gone up to there, and maybe down to here. So I think we have revealed the fog from this area. So I can't see any rats there. So there need to be an even number of loops, or, yeah, even number of ends in this part of the grid. Now, is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, if there were an even number. Well, there need to be as many ins as outs, don't there? But that could be an out, and that could be an out. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. There's probably some reason why we have to exit through there, and therefore that's zeros, but I don't know what it is. What's this one? Parity. Yeah, so 4, 6, or 8 feels reasonable. That isn't touching an 8, although it's getting very close to touching one. It is touching a 2. If what could it be? If this goes this way, but that could go up. Surely it could go up. I don't see it. I don't understand. I'm almost wondering whether I should draw the loop or the path in black so I can see it a bit more clearly. And it might, maybe that is a good idea. Maybe I've just lost a bit of track of like what it can and can't do. It seems to be doing this sort of thing. I mean, this is so bad because it's not really advancing the solve, is it? It's just advancing my ability to see the solve, which is a different thing. Is that going to help me? It's probably more likely to help me over here. And imagine if I've gone wrong as well. That would just be horrible. Because I could just be staring at this forever then. I don't think this is the sort of puzzle you could very easily unwind what you've been doing. Yeah, there's all sorts. It's a really complicated path, isn't it? It really is. Okay, now has that helped me to see it? Not massively. And where do we think we're meant to look at this juncture? I know those two are connected up. So if there was a rat here, I don't know. It's very hard to know how to conceptualize that. I feel like that's probably not what I'm meant to be doing. I worked out this couldn't go straight down, didn't I? But I couldn't work out that it didn't. If I actually, that would be the most useful thing I could probably do, is work out why that is a segment. So let's try it not being. Then that would be a segment, that would be a segment, that would be a segment. You go up to there. Now, is that wrong for some unknowable reason? You'd have, wow. You'd have to be careful with the direction of the loop, potentially. I can see that as a possible problem. But I don't think that's. Is there any parity consideration there that needs to be unwound? I don't think so. So I don't think I can say anything clever about that. Whoops. So perhaps there is more I can glean from some of these. I know these two either have 4, 6, or 8 segments. I feel like I've been stuck here for about an hour. I know this is 7, which is these 3 cells specifically, these 4 cells specifically. This and this is 5, 6, 8, or 9. So if this was 1, this would be 6 or 8. This is 2, this is 5 or 9. 9 is very difficult, surely. Probably not impossible. If the path is coming down here, round here, up here, you'd want it, you'd want it to connect there, wouldn't you? Is it? I can't tell. It could be something to do with the path. I'm not sure. The sort of the overall direction of the path, which is a bit dictated by this inequality sign and this inequality sign, which we had to make sure were pointing in the same direction. And I can see there's some tension here. But I'm not sure whether this loop end or that loop end there just might meet down there. It's very hard to know without knowing where the cupcake lives. Okay, maybe let's try and disprove it the other way. If it does do that, then we know this would be an 8 to stop there being a prime problem. We know this would be a 4, probably joins to that 4. I've talked about this before. If this is an 8, maybe that is difficult. If this is an 8, this is not used as well on the path. So you'd have to turn that way. This would use 4 cells. Now, is that okay or not? Maybe. I'm not sure. I think the path would be moving in this direction, which would mean we'd have to come down that I think, in order to get into this part of the grid and meet up with this. But is that impossible? That is a different question altogether. This is a goldenberry, so that's totally irrelevant. Probably you'd have to have this being 2 in that situation. Which would mean this would have to be not 9 or 5, so this would be even. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on, is that a point? That's 2. Ah, oh, that's it. Oh, that's evil. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. But I didn't see this at all. Right. This parity dot is the crucial thing. I hadn't seen this coming at all. It's brilliant. Wow. Wow. Right. If this is a 2, by parity, this is 5 or 9. But 2 plus 5 is 7 across that boundary, and 2 plus 9 is 11 across the boundary, so this is a 1. Please. No. That's wrong, apparently. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Isn't that meant to clear fog? Unless I've drawn it in incorrectly. It's definitely wrong, isn't it? Oh, it's touching. Oh, goodness, I've messed this up. Oh, no. This is a Y touching a Y, so the shape of this is wrong. Oh, my goodness me. Right, I'm so sorry. How long ago did I do that? More to the point, what is the shape of this? Because I didn't think there was another way of doing that. That's a very big concern. I don't know what to do there. I better go back. Oh no, that's going to go back through all my... Well, let's... I don't think I did very much other than redraw all of the loop segments. But let's see. I mean, in a way, I'm relieved. I am stuck. Okay, that was a long time ago. I did some stuff over there. Oh, I figured out some path stuff as well. Okay, so it was around here, look. So what did I do? The 0, 1 or 2 there is correct. I counted the number of cells in that part of the world and I reached a total of... Well, that must be correct, mustn't it? Oh, it could be a U. I've just seen it could be a U. So as I was drawing that in. If it was a U, it would have a P beneath it, and that would... Oh, I don't believe it, you silly man. Wow. And that could just be ruled out straight away, couldn't it? Oh, well, this is good news. Okay. So I then filled in... Now, did I do anything with this is the question. Yeah, I mean, I might have used... Yeah, because I've pencil marked that 1 or 2, haven't I? So I think I do have to go back. I think I've got to go back to here, realistically. Okay, now let's go back to here. And let's think about this now. So, I said those two were connected. That's true. What I then failed to see is that this is a Y, so I assumed this had to be that shape and that had to be an N, which was clearly wrong because that's a Y touching a Y. Now, is there anything else other than this pattern? I mean, there can't be. I alleged that, but I mean, I did the proof, didn't I? It's just I didn't see the Y there, and I hadn't considered the possibility of a U, so I think it's that shape is what we're looking for. I don't know if this is going to be enough. But it might do very different things, mightn't it? We have got the path going into this cell. So this can't be 0 again. So this is 1 or 2. But now it's a completely different shape. Now this, we know, is taking 4 cells here. and it's going up into orange, so it is at least a 5. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, for some reason before, it still can't be 7. So now let's use this logic again. If this was 2, by parity, this is odd, and it won't work. So I think those... So sorry. I'm so sorry, Marty, mainly. And obviously for wasting everyone's time. But that's good news, isn't it? So at least we've corrected the error. And look at all this nonsense we've got. So we've got another region going along there now, which might matter. Oh, now what on earth? No, he's not done this thing again. No. No. Naughty Marty. This is 6 or 8. I've only got 4, so I have to take 2 cells in this, at least. But again, I can't take 2 consecutive. I've got that one, and then I've got to take that one. So that takes me up to 6. So this is probably 6, I think. Oh, no. 1 plus 6 is 7. This is 8. That's nonsense. Oh my goodness. But he's done it again down here. He's done what he did up there. Because now I've got 4, 5, 6. Hang on. What? Oh, what? Okay, I mean, this is just crazy again. He's done it again. What I mean by that is that I've got to... so many of these ones are on the path, like loads of them. Like, actually 4 of them are on the path, and yet they can't... you can't go from the one on the path to another one. So here is a question. How is this ever on the path? Where would you go? You could go into it from the 8, that's fine, but you can't then go anywhere. So that's off the path. And if that's off the path, every other one is on the path, and you can't... so for example, this cell... oh, you see, you could do that, could you? Okay. Oh, goodness, I mean, this is nuts. So every single one of these ones is on the path, and every single one of them... oh goodness, something going on outside. What does this mean? Didn't we do some work over here? Oh, you see, I've lost some of the stuff that I'd done before. But we can probably recapitulate that. I think we worked out that this had to be on the path. And then, given this was on the path, if the 2 was off the path, you could never reach this cell because you'd have to go like that. So that's wrong. So this is on the path. And you are travelling through there, which means you're travelling down there. And then we could use the logic about which order, which direction the path needed to move in, to say that had to go up. No, actually, that could be wrong. No, I think it's round that way, isn't it? Let's make sure this is going in the right direction. I think it is. Yeah. So that's the correct direction, which means we're going up there, which means we can do that and that and that and that. Now, okay, now I'm seeing some other things that we haven't been party to before. I don't know how to do this one congregation down here. It's absolutely balmy. But this green thing, That is a new pentomino. And that's got to go to there now. Now, could it be an L? Let's be careful. Yeah, it could be L or I think. But now this pentomino, which is a pentomino we sort of started to sketch in earlier. Oh, yeah, this is great. Isn't this great? I think it is great. Where does this one go? It's got to get to size 5, and it can't join this one. That's already got 4 in it. So it has to take that cell, which means it has to take that cell. And now it's a choice, is it? Oh, that's annoying. I thought I was going to get all of that, but no, I don't. Because this could be an L or an I, and this could be a V. Don't get many of those around here. It's like the wide-mouthed frog. Or a P, even. Okay, but those are all 4s then. That would seem to be true. And now this one can't be a 4, because it's touching a 4. And these two, this will touch this somewhere, so that's not a 4. So there's no 4 on this dot. So it can't, it's got to be 3, 6. Oh, that's gorgeous. Wow. So this is a 6. Yes! Now. So this is interesting. So this is sort of these two. They're ambiguous, but I don't know the order. So this one's got to come that way. And it can't... I can't tell. Don't know what it does. Could go up there, could go down there. Maybe it can't be an N. No, that's going to be a Y or an I. This could be an L. No, it could be an L, I think. Bother. These, okay, those are all 3s. And 6 plus 7 is 13, so that doesn't go through there anymore. So how do we get to that 7 is visited, definitely. So it's got to be that. It can't go through the wall spot, so it's got to be that, and that, and that, and that, and that is all now forced. And don't know what that means, but that's jolly exciting. Well, I think it is a bit exciting. Okay. What do you think we do now? This digit is of even parity, so I'm going to do that with it. Do we know? We knew this was going this way. And this was doing all sorts of other things. Oh, yes, do you remember what? I did do that, didn't I? I got the final piece of that has to be there. Let's make sure we don't miss out on that logic. And then we said those were all the same, but I don't think we restricted them terribly. It's probably this thing, which is a terrifying prospect. I mean, actually, that is probably... Yeah, okay. Here is a little thought about this red U pentomino. We can see that it's definitely true, for example, for this cell, that red and orange are going to be consecutive. So what we can't have is this being a 4, for example, because 4 plus 1 is 5. So there's going to be most of the even digits are going to be impossible. 8 is the only one that's possible. 2 plus 1 is 3, 1 plus 4 is 5, 1 plus 6 is 7, all prime. So 8 would work with a 9, because 8 plus 1 is 9. Or it's an odd digit. Now, if it's an odd digit, it's touching 1 and 3 and 7. So it's 5 or 9 only. And it can't be consecutive with 6 by the Nabna dot, so it's now 8 or 9. Okay, well that's a lot more interesting than I was expecting. 8 or 9. Which puts almost no pressure on this. Okay. Right. What do you think we do now? No idea. I mean, this is so balmy. It's absolutely balmy. This 1 is visited. So that 1, how do you get in and out of it? Oh, hang on, that's been available. Maybe it wasn't available because I wasn't sure how the 7 worked. But now I am. That has to be like that. Because it's got to be visited. And now those can't join together, so that goes up there. This has to be visited. So I'll visit it, and then we can't go there. So it's sort of a big zigzaggy thing. And then that's going to close there. Okay, well, that's good. That is quite, at least a little interesting, perhaps. Okay, but I can see if we went up there, then that 3. Well, it would this would have to be a 9 then, wouldn't it? Because 3 plus 8 is 11. If we went, I suspect it's one of these purple people eaters now. One of the purple people eaters is going to be, important. And I mean, how you know which one it is? This one is saying there's a maximum of 3 in this region, which I don't know the shape of it. Oh, hang on. Hang on, I've got something here. I've got something really... Oh. I can't make a loop here, is what I've just seen. Isn't this... This is an end. So, yeah, if I turn west from this cell, I'm going to bump into this. And that's going to make a loop in the bottom right of the grid. So that, it does either go to the 3, or it goes through there. I feel that's going to put all sorts of pressure on the loop directions. I'm not sure. I mean, we must be going through this gap, mustn't we? It just feels like that's what the puzzle is designed. That what that little bit there is trying to point at. If we could go up there as well, of course, that's a possibility. Or we could just go straight across there. And we have got a purple people eater here, which is probably the whole crux of it, 6. And we know 2 cells of itself have been used. It's either 2 or 3 of this one. So it's quite difficult for it to not link to the 4, I think. It's really difficult to tell. I think this could be important though. So if this links to the 3, then we know from this cell that the 3 only has 3 in it maximum. So the 6 needs to have 3 in it maximum. So we can see that what would happen is that this would have to turn and close. And now this 3 would have 3 in it. Can't tell whether this is a problem or not. I sort of feel like it might be. I think we couldn't go through there because of the direction of the loop, so we would be forced up here into this 3, turning here. We need one more cell in the 3, so we'd have to go up. It would be very difficult to get that cell. But again, I don't think you can do it, actually. I think you get completely zugzwanged. Because in getting the third 3 cell... No, maybe you could, actually. Maybe you could by dipping here and doing that. If this was a 3. So maybe that is correct then. Wow, okay. Wow. I mean, the alternative is that the 4 is overlapping with the 6. And the 3 bends round as an L. There's probably some reason that doesn't work, like it's touching. It's just really hard to tell. Or maybe I can extend this orange. The orange is touching an L, a Y at the moment, so it isn't that shape. But does that matter? Does that allow us to distill any knowledge from that? So difficult to tell. How do we think we do? I know it's not that shape, but it could be, I think it could be an N. If it was an, oh, hang on, if it was an N, that would pop up there. This digit has to be German whisperable from the grape. If this, I don't know. I just don't know. Or maybe that digit, is that somehow relevant to anything? It can't be. Oh, I did work out how that 6 moved, didn't I? Because that had to be finished. So that's all. I mean, that's not new knowledge. We learnt it hours ago. But when I made my mistake in the bottom right, that's something I've lost the benefit of, if you like. There's a 3 there. Yeah, that feels so long ago we were doing that knowledge. Right, this is apparently 4. Are we going from the 3 to this cell? So this isn't 4 or 8. 5, 6, 7, or 9. And can we distill anything better than that from there? Probably not. I think we looked at this before. We know 3 of the cells have been taken, plus these 2, so that's 5 at least. We already know it's 5 or at least. Oh, this was the one I thought might be an X. Okay, so we can't do that. Is there something we can deduce about this pentomino? Could it be an N? Yes. Could it be a P? Yes. Could it be a V? Possibly. Although that would make that a Y, so no. So it doesn't go to there. But it could be, I think it could be lots of things, actually. I don't think we know. So okay, let's think about this again then. If this does go this way, what are we then saying about the other end of this? We're saying it couldn't meet up there, so those probably meet up. And that would go up there. But that's fine, isn't it? I don't know. Is that okay or not? I almost feel like there's a purple people eater clue that I've not appreciated here. So these are 3s and 4s. Do we know? Oh, okay, so they would add up to 7, wouldn't they? So I can't go from the 3 to the 4 here. Oh, that might be quite cool. Oh, that's a beautiful point. Oh, that must be relevant somehow, I think. Okay, so how can we use that? So the path cannot ever cross from this 3 to this 4 in this area, because they would add up to 7. So if the path does go north across this black dot, which would be permitted mathematically, it would have to turn right up. And that breaks. Wow, that's so complicated. It's beautiful, to be honest. It's not easy to see, but let me try and explain it. Okay, if we do go north here, we can't now go to any 4 cells, so we have to go across here. Now, once we reach 3, we're quarate on this lime green region. We can't take any more cells. But that strands this, because this has to go there, and yet this 3 is also taking into account that region. So we'd be at 4 at least for it, so we can't do it. So this doesn't go, this turns that way. And now this 4 has to get out without going through the 3, so it's definitely going up there. I don't know how it does it, because there's all sorts of diagonal shenanigans possible, but it does go up there. And now, well, now what do we know? We must know more about the flow of the path around this part of the world. So the path is going in this direction. So I don't think we can go through here. Because by joining these up, you can see the path is going in this direction. So if I went through there, the path is sort of bounded by these 2 inequalities, I think. I should be going in this direction, but I'm actually going in the opposite direction. Yeah, I mean, from here, the direction of the path is clearly this way. Let's double check it, but I think it is. Yeah. So I haven't come that way. So I'm not allowed to go through there. So I do go up there. Now that makes this not 8 and it has to be 9. Beautiful. Okay, and now I get to this cell. I turn right. Got to be very careful now. This is getting very interesting, isn't it? In terms of what we do next. So, well, we can't go to there because we will then go to there and that will be too many along the 3. So we have to go up. Okay, and now if the 3 is sharing a cell with the 6, then the 6 has used 3 of its cells, so 3 of the 3 cells would have to be used. And how would you get to one of those 3 cells, given you can't come? You'd have to go through grey, and 4 to 3 is not a valid option. So we don't do that, and this is therefore grey. And therefore this is therefore green, which is therefore 3. That clears fog, that clears fog. Boom, 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 boom. Now, I got a new thingy there, look, that's got to be visited, but could be visited diagonally. Okay, all right, this is good, though. This is fine. We're still in it. We are still in the game. Somehow. It's lovely the way you get these little rewards every hour when you manage to get a region. Okay, well, then we've moved from this region to this region, so we have to be a bit careful with the digit here, don't we? 0 won't work because we've got a little purple people eater here, and the purple people eater is at least a 2, at least a 3 actually, and it can't be a 3 or a 4, so it's at least a 5. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. But some things won't work from a prime perspective. 7 and 9 won't work. So 5, 6, or 8 now. Now can we actually distill that down a little further? Would be good. No. Why would you think that? Why would you think you could possibly do that, you fool? Run, you fools. That's ooh, okay, look, there's a boundary there because of the parity, so that's got to move up. And this became an L. Did that matter? That became a P. So, is that stopping anything useful? I don't think I really thought this was going to be an L, but it really can't be an L now. So it doesn't take both of those. So it must take this one. Is that true, or is that a nonsense? If it didn't take this one, the only way it could be built is like that. That would be an L touching an L, which is wrong. So it does take that one, which is also now 5, 6, or 8. I think it's going to get this one as well. That would be my guess. Can it be? It can't be a Y, actually, because of that one. That's great news. So it is an N. And now it is only able to be 6 or 8. Okay. Which is quite a big number. Well, or is it? 6 or 8? And at the moment it's got it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 in it. And none of these are visitable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the maximum you could get to. Just let me double check that. 5, 6. Yeah, 7's the maximum, so it is a 6. Yeah, great news. Great news. Now this digit is across a grape from a 6, so 0 or 1. That's got to be in its own pentomino. Now the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little tricky to see how to do that, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not actually. No, there are options. There are options, unfortunately. Bother. Okay, good. Good. Come on. How long is this? Is never going to go up on time this evening because it'll take my computer about 7 hours to actually process it. Maybe I could do it in 2 strands. I don't know. It's going to be about a 6-hour solve, I think. Assuming I can solve it at all. So, what can we say now? Do we know what this is? Or that, or this? Yeah, we know this is indigo. Imagine it wasn't. Then indigo would go around here, and this would have to loop round there and touch itself. Naughty. So this is indigo, which is getting a bit close to that indigo, so we'll change the colour of that indigo. Now, we know that this one... okay, we know this one's only visited once, don't we, by the path, because of this 3 clue. Which might matter at some stage. If this was on the path, that would be... It could be a Z, actually. That's a shame. I think that might be going to be a P, but I don't know how we tell. It's interesting, isn't it? Because although we've made quite a bit more progress, we're still very much not... Oh, this 6. Can we now tie this together? We've used all the criteria for the 6. We've used all 3 cells of it, so we have to close that there. So maybe that does something. So it's this strand of loop now is coming up. I think it's this clue, isn't it? Is it something to do with this? We know we need 4 more cells. We need 4 of the 5 cells in this orange region. 4 of them are on the path. But that's... I don't know. This digit is lower than 6, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or of course 0. If the path went in there, we'd have some parity considerations to consider. Does the path have to go... that's an interesting thought. Maybe the path has to go into green here from 6. If it didn't, how would you avoid going in from the 6 to this cell? You'd have to turn away there, and then you couldn't get enough cells in this 6 scene, because we know at least 4 are. So it does go into there somehow, some way, and therefore this can't be a 1 and it is a 0. I'm not terribly surprised that didn't clear fog. But now this cell is odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The 0 can't go into that cell because that's a purple people eater, and we know some cells in this 6 are used. So the green, this will tell us, yeah. So it is right. It is right, that logic. So this is a new pentomino coming out from here. And the digit in here is at least it can't be a 0, so it's at least a 5 actually, and it can't be a 6, so it's 5, 7, 8, or 9. It's really hard for it to bump into this. It would be really very nice if it, I don't know whether I want it to or not, actually. Four of these up into the 0. If it didn't bump, it would go that way. If it did bump, I mean, could it go all the way across there and all of those be 5s, maybe? I don't know. And then we've got this one over here. I know one cell in this is used. So if that does go up, how do you get it? You'd have to get into this portion of the grid, you'd have to sort of come down here, flick a cell, and then go back out again. Which again would be classic Marty. I don't even know if that's possible, actually. I mean, it might be possible. I think it's incredibly unlikely. I now believe, actually, this is going to turn right. That is my current belief. And I bet this is therefore purple, and it goes like that, and this isn't. And that's probably an F pentomino. That's what I think. Would that work, in fact? And these... Oh, no, you'd have to be careful with an F on top of an F. But I think something like that might be in our futures. Okay, so... Can I improve upon this logic any further? I know something is going into this 0, and then therefore it must be going up, mustn't it? 0 plus 0 is not a prime number, so that's fine. But 0, if it had to turn into the 5, then that would be a problem. That would have to be an 8 or a 9, which seems incredibly difficult. So either this goes up here like that, and that go, oh, whoopsie, whoopsie, and this goes round the corner in order to pick up the requisite number of 6s. Or this goes out, and that goes straight across. And one of those might be a problem for reasons that are very difficult to see. Oh, I wonder if... No. I was wondering if that inequality sign was going the wrong way, but I think it's the bottom loop that we know the order of. Although, I've really lost track of how to think that through. I think this one's coming down. No, actually, that might not even be right. This one's coming down. So again, I'm not sure where to look now. As so often before. Where do you think we look next? We could look at... I don't know. I really don't know. If that's a 3, okay. This one can't be 9, can it? It's only seeing only 3 of these cells are on the path. So 9 would imply that all of these and one more was on the path. So that's 5, 6, or 7. It's already seen 2 here. be lovely to know if this was on the path and whether we had to go into the 0, because then this would be a 6 and that would feel like progress. It is a very colourful puzzle. What was it? It was called something like multicoloured, wasn't it? I reckon I might be closing in on 2/3 of it done now. But I am absolutely stuck again, unfortunately. Which is very upsetting. If we go across there and across there, this 3 is definitely telling us that there is one cell used in here on the path. So this digit can't be more than 6. It's touching a 3, so it isn't 3. And this is some different pentomino, the shape of which is a mystery. But I mean, I wonder if we are meant to think about the fact that if this does join up vertically, it is, I believe, impossible to only take one cell of this. Because how would you do that? The only way of getting into this part of the grid would be down here and out through here, or out or in through here and out through there. So you could get in and out, but you'd have to just clip one cell of this somehow and get in and out that way. And it's just, I mean, I can't envisage anything that would allow me to do that. You just couldn't do it. So I'm tempted to argue that you have to turn right here in order to allow you to only pick up one cell of this region, whatever it happens to look like. And even then, it's difficult to only get one cell of it. And I mean, how do you do this? It's really not easy. I mean, I can see a way if this is an F. Okay, so let's do this formally. I am saying that if you join that up, you still have the requirement that in this indigo region here, we pick up exactly one cell of it on the path. Which means we have to do this and this. And this can't meet up until they have got one cell on this path. Now we can't do any diagonal movements here, so in fact, it would have to be exactly like that. And we would have to say that this is the only indigo cell on the path, but that only leaves one cell left to complete the pentomino, and that is a tetromino, which is wrong. So that means that this does turn in here. Now we've still got an issue, because what is the shape of this pentomino now that we're going to pinch exactly one cell of? If it was a P, how could we do that? You can't just take one cell of this. We're forced in this whole area into basically orthogonal movements, except we could do diagonals, which would give us 2 cells in indigo, which we definitely don't want. So we can't have that shape. So we must be taking this cell. And once we've taken this cell, we could have an F. That's fine. We can't now have an N, because we'll take 2 cells of indigo again. And we can't have a T because this will be isolated. So I'm going to argue this is an F. This is the one cell we're taking, and therefore we must evacuate from there very quickly. This is now yellow. And then we have a question. Oh no, you could have a yellow T. I didn't see that. Bother. Okay. Okay, but we now know this is not a 1 or a 2, because we've got 1 from the F and 2 from the yellow. So it's a 4, 5, or a 6. But it's not 5, because 5 and 6 are consecutive on the path, and that would be a prime. So it's 4 or 6, it can't be 6. So it's 4, and that is a 4F. Yes! Now, okay, what does that mean? So it's a 4F. So it's got one more cell of yellow to take. So if yellow, if that's not yellow, oh no, that could work. Oh goodness, I've got to be careful with this. In fact, that is very interesting. Don't mock me. If yellow was a T, which is one of the things I was thinking, yellow can't be an F. If yellow was a T, how would we take one more cell of it exactly? You can't. It's impossible. So it's not a T, which is really surprising. And that means this cell is a new pentomino. That is a different pentomino, which means that pentomino is an I of all things, and this is an L. Now let's just check. It's okay. It's okay. It's working. But now, look, and now I'm only allowed one more cell of this L, so I can't go up the chimney here. I've got to not go up the chimney, which means I've got to go there and up this chimney and straight out. Oh, it's so clever, Marty. Right. Now I'm going to argue, and I think I'm legitimately able to argue that I know what this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the 3 in here. This is a 7. Yes. That is great. I don't know what it means yet. Why was my phone buzzing? Hang on. Oh, it's because it's 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, it notifies me of all sorts of things. This has to get out now. So that's good news, probably. Well, or maybe not. Oh, this is odd. So this is now an even digit. It's not 4. So it's 2, 6, 8, or 0, of course. Let's not miss that one out. It's not 0 because 7 plus 0 is prime. It's not 6 because 6 plus 7 is prime. It's 2 or 8. I don't know which. You probably do, and I don't, and I'm a muppet. Oh dear. Okay, never mind. Goodness, it really is going crazy. What's this? News entertainment notification. Can't be important. Doctor Who Christmas special axed. Still no signs of any rats or cupcakes. Okay, and didn't we work out? I worked out all the way down here that this had to turn right, but this 6 is wrong now, isn't it? In terms of I need to take 4 cells of it, so I have to come across here and up here into the 0. Which is all very well. I don't think I can do very much with that. 7 plus 2, 7 plus 8, they're fine. This is an odd number. 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9, none of which seem to be ruled out. But maybe we can get rid of 3. 3 plus 2 or 8 is prime. 5 we can get rid of for the same reason. 7 we can't. 9 we can also get rid of. So this is 1 or 7. That's amazing, but it's not resolved. Apparently. Oh. Well, one's always tricky though, isn't it? Because if it is a 1, then we're going to have this sort of nonsense going on again. Or where was that other one over there? Okay. Therefore, what? What is this path doing? I have no clue. Or maybe I can do something up there. It doesn't feel very likely. That's on the path. Hang on, that's on the path. Hang on. So if this was a 1, it's tricky. Oh, if it can't... Well, hang on. How do you get to this? Is this 1s again? I'm just thinking, if the cell... How do I get to that cell? I've got to go into the 0. I can't go into this cell and out the same way. So if this was 7... there would be a 7-0 thing on the loop. This is 1. And now that's mad. So we can't obviously now go a second cell on the 1. And when we go in here to get this 1, we've got to get out again with alacrity. Now, what, if anything, does that mean, though? I have no idea. I don't know. But that was super exciting for a moment. Now, this cell's never visited. So 4 here. So this can't be 9 anymore. That's got to be visited somehow. How on earth? And it's being very difficult, isn't it, in this top left? It's absolutely determined not to reveal anything about what's going on up there. So it's sort of saying, focus your attention where you are, Simon. Stop bouncing around. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's an... Oh, that... Yeah, okay, that's an interesting point. This string of 1s, what would happen if it was a V? Wouldn't that be a V as well? It would. So it's not a V. So the only way it's not a V is if it goes up there. And if it goes up there, this path now can't go up there. So now it's got to go there. That could be wrong, because it could go diagonally. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Maybe it can't be a... Oh, it can't be... No, that's good. It can't be an L, can it? That's an L. It can't be an L, so it's got to be a Y. And that... So it does go diagonally. That's mad. Is there anything wrong? That's true. That's just logical. Yeah, it's logical. And now it does go diagonally. So this is going to link. So goodness knows what I've got going on now. I've got some great big loopy thing. A great big loopy thing of loopiness is going on in the grid. I revealed some stuff up here, although nothing terribly propitious. But well, hang on, that shape now can't go through the dot. So there's some emergent region up there. This 1 region is finished. This 0 region is not finished. So that's a 0. I need 1 more. Can I have an N? No, that's an N. So I've got to have a V. I've got to. Yes. Great. Okay, so this region is bumping into here. So it is going to be a 5. So these are 5 now. But I don't know how that's going to work. probably it's going to go there as well, but again, not sure. Well, this is weird, actually. I've got to be very careful with this. Okay, what happens if it doesn't take this cell? It could go up here, but then it's either a V touching a V, or it's an N touching an N. So it has to take this cell, which makes this a 5. And then it can't be... Well, actually, careful, Simon. Well, it can't. No, it really can't be a Y touching a Y. So it does have to be an L, which is probably okay. It is okay. Good news. Good news. Now, well, now this pentomino is interesting because that can't be. If this wasn't a pentomino border and we took all 3 of those, that would only work if this was 00, which would be touching this 00. So that is the start of a new pentomino up in the top, which might be important. So this is part of a pentomino. So that's got to go that way a little bit at least. It could take that one. If this was an F, that would be okay. If I don't know. Well, in this indigo, the indigo has to take that one. That's definitely true. But I don't know which. It's either an F. Have we got an F touching either of these? Or a Z? If that one wasn't... I don't know. Oh, this is so going to be an X. It so is. Okay. And I've got... That's... Okay, there's a boundary here. There's a T. There's a T I can just draw in. It's got to be... That's the only shape it can be. That shape there. So that's quite handy. So I've got a... right. Look at that shape. That's going to be interesting. That's 3 that are... Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. For some reason, I thought we couldn't go up through there. But that's not true. That's 2. Well, in fact, we do have to go up through here. Because if we didn't, we're going to go there and get blocked off because we can't join to a 3. So that is part of whatever this thing is. And so we're getting very, very cluttered up in this part of the grid. So this green thing here, does it... Oh, I keep forgetting it's going to be an X, I think. Okay. Do we know anything about the path in any of these places? Maybe. This one is clearly we're going into it from this 0. But it's also a black dot digit. But it's got to be a black dot digit that isn't itself prime. So 1 might work, actually. I hadn't thought of that when I was first considering it. But 1 might work. 2 doesn't, it's prime. 3's prime. 4 might work. 6 or 8. 1, 4, 6, 8. Now, can we do anything with that? Don't think so, not sure. No, really not sure. Okay. So, what do you think we do now? That's got to be visited. I mean, that's probably not terribly simple to do. In fact, that's really not terribly. So how do we do that? This 5, what was that saying? There's 1 cell in this 5 that's visited. And that has to be visited. And where is the path now? Totally lost my ability to see these. Maybe we've got to convert this bit to be black now so I can see it a bit better. I feel I did this quite a long time ago already once in this video. So we can do a little, okay, so it's going to meet itself there. And where are the rats? Are the rats going to be up there? Is that where they're going to be? Don't know. Okay, I've got something new. This 2 is going into a 1. 2 plus 1 is 3, so these are 8. Okay, a tiny win. So there's something going up there. That was a tiny win, wasn't it? It's really not done anything. That's so distressing. Okay, let's think about, okay, this has got to be a black dotable digit on this T. Now it's not 0 or 1 because it's already seeing those. So it's 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 in theory. Now can we get rid of any of those for some reason? And the answer to that is no. That's the technical answer. We've got 2 grapes there, for what that's worth. It's probably not a great deal. If this cell... Oh, this green one is not an F, because that's going to force that one to be an F and touch it, so it's not an F. So it must take this cell. Okay, and once it's taken that cell, it is now forced to be an X, which interestingly still forces that to be an F. Okay, so that's quite interesting for the grapes then, because the grape is forcing this to be low. In fact, it's forcing it to be 1. 4, 6, and 8 are too big. Boom. That's everything. Everything is hard won. Now this digit is a different low digit, 0, 1, or 2. And but that could join to the purple, so it doesn't have to abut this 1. Oh, but this 1, that's got to be a 2 now across the black dot. There's no... Oh, and that's on the path. Oh, hang on. Oh, goodness. We've got the same nonsense going on again, where we've got a 1 region here, which is on the path somehow, but we can only take 1 cell, so we can't go to that one, because 2 1s obviously is the same problem as usual. But we could... No, we can easily do it, actually. We can just go there. Oh, no, 1 plus 2 is 3. Ah! So we can't go from the 1 to the 2 region. So we have to go from the 1 to the green region. So this... How do we do that with only 2 moves to make? It's got to be like that. And now this can't be 6, because 1 plus 6 is 7. Now this digit is 5 or 7. Now that's counting the 3 there. No, it's a 7 then, because we've already got 6 on the path. So I think that's a 7, and please, yes, please clear more fog. Okay. Okay, so this 7... Oh, this is difficult. There's so many things going on here. Where does this path go? It goes down here, down here, down here, up. Oh goodness! Is it really going all around the houses? I'm very confused now. Have I just got a massive loop in this grid? Where are the loop ends? Are they both there? Or is there some other place that I've not? Because I would have to keep these apart if so. Let me just trace this through. I mean, that seems completely bananas, but it could be true. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I don't know why I'm counting them. What an idiot. Oh dear, dear, dear. Okay. Okay. Okay, then we do the rinky dinks there, the nonsenses. Then we go up here, across here, down, 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 up. Yeah. Okay, well I haven't. So these are the two loop ends, but there's no rats and no cupcakes, but they mustn't go together. And we can't. So we have to stay apart. But we've got to get both of these out with only one more 7 taken. So I feel like this cell's going to have to be involved in that little... No, that's not true. That's not true. I could just go straight across there and straight across there. So it's not true what I just said. Okay. So let's try and think something else. Think about something else. Okay, here is a little point about this purple. This purple, I don't think it can get that cell, because that would be an N. And then this would also be an N because of the black dot not being able to be passed through. So it's not an N. So can it take this cell at all? If it takes this cell, it has to take this one then if it can't be an N. And that's a T touching a T. So it never takes this cell. So this has to go that way. Now, can it be a V? Or I thought it couldn't be an N. Now I'm wondering why I thought. Oh, because of that would have been an N. Yeah, okay. So I don't know how that works, but this one is probably part of the 2, isn't it? If it's not, the 2 can't get out. Yeah. If this was not the 2 would pen in this red thing. So it is the 2, and these are all 2. And the 2 goes one further, and it's either there, which would be an F, which it can't be, or there, which is a T, which it... Yeah, it's not touching another T. That's okay. All right, great. Now this is a new pentomino, so that's coming out there and there. That's just a straight N that we can just draw into the grid without thinking about, which is so rare. This is now a V. This, oh no, that is finished. Oh, well, now, are we yes, we are, because this domino can't get out, so it has to turn down where it's going to bump in, and that's a U. We've almost done the colours. This digit is 1 or 4. That's a thingy relationship, so that's at least a 6. I'm going to say 6, 7, 8, 9. Not 7. It's touching 7. Be lovely to know if we knew about how the path was moving. Oh, I tell you what we can't do, which I hadn't appreciated. If I go from a 7 to a 0, what have I done? I've gone across a prime number. I've created a prime number. So in fact, the way this 7 goes is there. This must go there. And this must get out to there. And 7 plus 2 is 9, which is fine. Oh, we've still got to get to that cell as well. So I've got to be... How am I going to do that? That's now a corner of the path. which is nearly interesting. Well, it's all interesting. What a puzzle, Marty. How long did this take you to create? I hope it took longer than it's taking me to solve it. Nearly up to 5 hours. It is officially, I think, the longest video ever on the channel, which is, I mean, it's so fitting, isn't it? It's so fitting that it's totally and utterly bamboozled me. I think it is. But, okay. The thing is, normally with videos, I often think that as I'm explaining it, it approximately doubles the length of the video. I'm not sure I can claim that today, because there's been many moments, nori, when I've literally just sat there not knowing what to do. And, you know, that's not the same as having to do explanation. Right, goodness knows what we do now then. So the Finkz, and there's only a few cells left that are in the fog. Okay, so this and that is some new. We got this one as well. So how much real estate is there up there? Not that much. Hang on, let's just check. 7, 10, 15. Yeah, so we have divided correctly. Oh, we go from a 7, and we certainly don't go into a 6 because that would be 13. So this is 8 or 9 now. I've still got, this is a bit of a problem. I've got to go and get something from this 5 situation down here. How am I going to do that? I've got to get that one as well. Probably come down there, I would think, which is going to make this one a 9. That would be my best guess. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a point here, isn't there? That this cell needs to be visited. And from the path that we've drawn, that means we've got to get in and out of some area. And you can see from we're completely penned in. We're going to have to drop down through here and then escape back out through here. That forces this connection. We can only take one cell in the 5 because I think that's what I was expecting. I don't know whether we go into that 0 or not. I don't think there's any restriction on that 0. But what that means is that this is now a 9. And it was. No, there's still no. Oh, it's going to be there and there, is it? Still no sign of Finkz. Right, and we go from a 5. So we don't go from a 5 into an 8. That would be a terrible thing to do. Or a 6. That would be a terrible thing to do. So we're going into 2, 3, or 4. And okay. So there is going to be some requirement that we go through here, isn't there? And that's going to force this to be 4 for some reason. I think. And this, okay, so this U pentomino here is 1, 2, 4, 8, or 6. Oh, that's just hopeless. Okay. And somehow or other this is apparently resolved, but it's still not giving up its secrets terribly quickly, if we're honest. So this one is, oh, this is good. This loop end, is that an end? Oh no, that was, well, it's still true. That cell its next move is into green. I don't know how it goes into green, but it can't go into a 1. So that's a 4. Oh no, it's literally the last 2 cells. Okay, so these now are not 4. And we've got 4 cells in these regions to be used for traversing. And we are going to have to use them to traverse, because we've got to get... That's actually quite interesting, because you're going to have to get... These two cells are going to be the cupcake and Finkz. And you're going to have to get both paths, if you like, across the border with only 4 cells used. It's probably not ridiculously difficult, but it probably does require some thought. Golly, I don't know then. Is there some purple people eater looking at anything else? It is looking here. But I mean, I know nothing about that cell. Or you can never go from the... that's interesting. You can never go from the 4 region to the 9, because that would be 13. So when we move from this cell, either into the 4 here or the 4 here, we can't close the loops. We can't do something ludicrous like this. Sorry, like that. That's going to isolate a loop end. So I think this is very tricky now. The only way I can see of getting this end to Finkz or the cupcake without hitting a 9 after a 4 and limiting how long I spend in the 4s is to literally do, no, that's the shortest. Now I've used up now 2 of my 4. I've still got to get this over here as well. But I have seen it's possible to do it just using... Well, if I do... Maybe I have to go from here. No, because I could go through there, couldn't I? Maybe. Yeah, maybe I can go diagonally. But if I do use this crossing, that's a black dot crossing that mustn't sum to a prime. So does that have to be 3, 6? Isn't that what we worked out earlier? Or 1, 2? No, 1, 2's no good. No, hang on, what? No, because earlier 2, 4 will have been ruled out for some other reason. So that's totally nonsensical what I've just said there. Okay, so what on earth am I meant to do? It's probably I'm meant to draw some more regions over here, but it doesn't seem terribly easy to do that. Let's try. That's all we can do. So we go red for there. That has to turn away from the parity. There's 3 regions up here, isn't there? That's all. So this region, whatever this is not part of red and it's not part of orange. It can't get to either. So we'll make that blue. Now what can that be? That can only be blue as well. What can that be? It can only be blue. So this one, could that be 00? No, because it would still touch itself across the boundary. So that one is red. So red is either a Z or it's an F. One or something here mustn't work. What do you think it is? Oh, I tell you what it might be. Oh, I don't know actually. I think there might be options. This one, that one, the orange one, can't be an L. So that has to be a U. And now this is an F, and this top one is an L. Now let's just check that doesn't look like it breaks the world, does it? So we can do this. We can do the shading, but we can't do Can't do the numbers. But maybe we can... Maybe something will allow us to think this... Still not easy, is it? So both red and orange see 1. So this is not a 1-2 black dot. And it is different colours, so it's not a 0-0 black dot. So it's either 2s, 4s, 6s, 8s, or 3s. Right, orange sees 8, so it's not 8 there. So 2, 3, 4, or 6. That one's still got to be rescued. That black dot still has to work. There's some parity nonsense going on as well. Between this region... Oh, so the parity of the red region is the same as the parity of the indigo region. It's very likely to be even, I think. This was 1. This would be 3. Which might be fine. I don't know. Bother. What's the simple way of seeing how this finishes and clearing that last bit of fog? I wonder which pentomino clears the final piece of fog. I don't know. Do I know anything about path logic that's going to help me here? I know I'm coming from this 4. I'm not sure whether I'm using this 9 again or not. Is there some... Oh, there's that one. It is going to be this one somehow, isn't it? I've already used 2 of it. I've got 2 more to play with. And I've got to firstly get this across to here somehow. And secondly, get this across to here somehow. So, yeah, okay, that is interesting. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? That is it. So if I look at that as a collective, it's really difficult to do it, because the next step of this is a third cell in this region, and this one needs 1 cell at least, and the only way this one can only use 1 cell is if it actually goes straight across there. Or maybe no, a diagonal won't work because of the round wall spots. The only way you can do this is you've got to send this up into the 9, turn it that way, and zoom it across there. Now you've only taken 1 of this region for that path, but you've got 1 spare, but you're in this position. So if you drop down, you're going to take 2. Even diagonal won't help you. So you've got to rush across here and keep going. That's great, because I think the 9 is crucial, because now this T, 11 and 13 are prime. That's a 3. Yeah. Finkz, my old friend. There you are. So now this is 6 as well. And there's the cupcake too. So we nearly got there. Okay. Now I know that this is even by the parity dots, so it's not 3. Oops. 2, 4, 6, or 8. It's not 6, it's sitting next to a 6 region. So it's now 2, 4, or 8, which means this isn't 3 or 6. So there is a 4 in one of these. Okay. Oh, how can this possibly be 8? It can't be, can it? Which means it will be. We've got the path here and the path here. So this is going to the cupcake. Finkz is going to this one. So what we're really doing is we're saying of those cells, how many have to be on the path? Well, we've already got 2. If we tried to complete the path from Finkz to here without using any more cells in this collective region, how would we do that? You'd have to go up here and that would cut off the cupcake. So I don't think this can be a 2, is I suppose what I'm saying. It's 4 or 8. And 8 is ridiculous, which means it'll be right. How could you do 8? One, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you could go through the 1, could you? Is that the idea? Oh, goodness, you probably could. I mean, that's so mad that you could go drop down here, go round there, you could do some sort of absolute craziness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could actually do it in 8. It's going to be 8. That's just so crazy. All right, let's try and think about this one then. These are odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Now, some of these won't work from parity. 1 won't work. Primeness. 3 won't work. 7 won't work. Please don't let 9 work. This is 5. It's 5. It's the only number that doesn't give. Oh. Okay, it's start. Oh, I see. I still have got fog in the grid. Okay. So literally, I have filled in the whole puzzle except 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So maybe you get rid of 6 cells of fog per pentomino. And the task here, okay. So do we actually know? So there must be some reason that... 4 feels like it. 4, 1, 2. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You can't go diagonally. Oh, maybe I can go through the 5. I could if it was 4. Oh, so there are 2 ways to do this, I think. There must be I don't know what it is, but there must be a reason. 8, 4. 8, 5. How on earth? Marty, what have you done here? I can see a way of making 4, 2 work. And the way I would make 4, 2 work, if this was 4, is I would pop up into this 5, and then run along to the cupcake, to Finkz, and then I could run the top bit. And that would be a unique solution. So that, I feel, is right. But that's not good enough. That means there must be a reason that you can't put 8, 4 in here. And that must be to do with the purple people eater, which would be saying that it's impossible somehow to put 8 cells of path. If you do that, it does force the path to the cupcake, because this would be an 8. Although that would be a 4, so maybe the cup you could dip in and out there with a diagonal move. Oh, good grief. Would you have to use the 1 if this was... You couldn't use the 1, could you actually? Maybe that's it. So if this is 8, 4, because you can't go from the 1 to the 4, that would be a 5 total. These 2 cells are unusable. and therefore this cell is unusable. So in the combined regions of 10 cells, that's it. In the combined 10-cell region, 3 cells are unusable, which means the maximum count you could get to is 7 with the remaining, and 7 is not equal to 8. There's a knowledge bomb. So it is 4, I think, and 2 here. Okay, I still haven't done it. Because now I've got to prove it. So now I've got to get the 4 to work, which I think has to be that, and that finishes the top bit as well. Oh no, I still haven't done it, because I've got something here that I've got to figure out. I've got a 3. I can't go from the 3 to the 0. That's prime. So I've got to go there and there. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's unbelievably complex. And I know I had an error at some point in the many hours that have intervened, but I think I might. Oh, I've got to do a destinate. Oh, okay. We had that from the other one. Yeah, the way this worked last time was Finkz. Oh, it'll be the pressure pads or whatever they're called. So it'll be go along the path, and you get 3. Okay, so path 3. Next cell. No, it's not. That's not a pressure pad. That's a pressure pad. 1, I think. That 1 there. And then we go up here. Another 1. Oh, 3112 is what it'll be. 31. Yeah, 12. Another 2 there straight away. Oh no, hang on. Let me just double check that. It is another 2, but it wasn't quite as straightforward as I realised. 0, 20. Okay, this is looking good, isn't it? 20. Imagine building the. Oh, I haven't closed the path there. Okay, so how did we know what this did? It can't go into the 9. The 4 can't use any more cells of the 4. So goodness me, that was another potential ricket. 2, 5, 2025 is, I think, the final answer. It's a work of unutterable genius. It must be right, mustn't it? I mean, I could have got the path wrong, I suppose, but the fact that everything's cleared. I did it in a very long time. Oh, look, now we get to read it. We get to finish the story. Right. June the 9th, 1975. Dearest Zoe, if all has gone according to plan, you will be the one who reads this. My hope is that you have been reconstructing the 8x8 maze in my attic on New Year's Eve as per the instructions in my red notebook, and that you have already found Finkz. Today she completed the final stage of our extended 3-phase rat run study by demonstrating her free will in the most profound way I can imagine. Her choice of destination, though completely unexpected, was also unmistakable. I wondered whether she would choose to stay here with me, or even go back around again, but instead, for whatever reason, she chose you. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, but it won't be long now. You were born first thing this morning, happy and healthy by all accounts. I'll be visiting you at the weekend to say hello and give you your present. I wonder if you remember what it is. I hope you once knew me well, and hold many fond memories of me. I cannot tell you how excited I am to create those with you. I can only guess at what the future has in store, but I have total faith in Fink's instincts that you are the right place for her to be next. The universe wants what it wants, and I'm sure I'll make my peace with it. Along with these notes, I'll leave the blue exit portal in a dormant but super receptive state in a very safe place where it will patiently await her arrival and your discovery. If I make it to the grand old age of 97.5, maybe I'll even get to see her again myself. I won't bank on it, though. Please look after her well and give her a blackcurrant every now and then so she doesn't forget me. She likes those. And remember that no matter how lost she might appear at times, she always had an uncanny knack for getting to where she's meant to be. The world is your cupcake. Until another time, your granddad and friend, M. That is ridiculous. What? I feel quite sad now that we've got to the end. Marty, what a... I mean, goodness. If you've been on stage at the Albert Hall giving the performance of your life, you could not have done a better job. That is just an extraordinary... It's been an extraordinary number of years doing these puzzles. And to finish it like that with something so complex and so intricate and so beautiful. Look at the thing. I mean, who'd have thought that Sudoku could get to this level, where there is a whole story, an emotional story as well, conceived almost, sort of years ago, with an end in mind. Just hats off, my friend. You have done something really, really quite extraordinary, and I think you'll be remembered for it. You certainly deserve to be. That is one heck of an achievement. I have loved every moment in these puzzles company, and thank you very much for that. Let me know in the comments how you got on with the puzzle. I enjoy the comments. I know they'll be kind. And we'll be back later with another edition of Cracking the Cryptic.